Boom, let's get jiggy with this. We got a lot to catch up on. Middle East, US, Israel, Iran. What's going to happen? What's next? Will America have boots on the ground? Let's listen to Tucker Carlson give his take. I love some Tucker Carlson.
Change world history. The first four questions you have to ask are these. 1, why did this happen? 2, what was the point of it? 3, where does it go from here? And 4, how do we respond? So let's assess the war in Iran, now ongoing in its second day, and try to answer those 4 questions. First, why did this happen?
Israel.
Now, in this case, there's a really simple answer. This happened because Israel wanted it to happen. Absolutely. This is Israel's war.
If you're on the left or the right, it doesn't matter. This is Israel's war. Your politicians are owned by AIPAC.
It is not the United States' war. This war is not being waged on behalf of American national security objectives to make the United States safer or richer. This war is not actually even about weapons of mass destruction, nukes, chem bio. No, this war is waged purely because Israel wanted it to be waged. Now, why say that out loud this early in the conflict? Isn't that dispiriting for, say, American troops fighting this war? Yes, it is. And we thought a lot about whether it was wise or decent even to say something like that out loud, and have decided that it is for the following reason. First, because the truth is always the only basis for wise decision-making. When you lie to yourself or you lie to your people, you not only commit, well, a kind of moral crime by lying, but you also tend to hurt yourself. Hubris is the product of lies, for example. You can get way over your skis if you're not honest with yourself and the people around you about what's happening and why it's happening. But long term, that is also true. In other words, it's important to say why this war is happening because 50 years from now, people may not know.
You're trying to say exactly what they did for 9/11. You know, they had weapons of mass destruction. They're going to kill us. And we're like, oh, damn, okay, I guess we got to go in. Damn, we ain't want to, but if it could get worse than this, then I guess we got to go in and really stop them. And everybody was saying that, but it wasn't true. So, boom, we end up going in, wasting billions of dollars. And was the war won? No.
Your grandkids may learn that this war started because the Ayatollah showed up in Miami and started machine gunning people in a shopping mall, and so we responded. There was a kind of Iranian Pearl Harbor. You don't know what the future will believe about the present. You don't know how history will be written. And if you're skeptical of that, if you're asking yourself, well, how could historians, popular historians, how could future culture so misunderstand something so big? How could people lie about something so obvious, so giant? Well, history is your guide. A lot of the big events we think we understand, including wars from the past and not so distant past, are completely distorted in our memories. In other words,
there's a fucking genocide going on in Gaza right now, and people act like they don't care.
That's not actually what happened at all. And the truth is, if enough people lie about something at a high enough volume, and they do it for long enough, loudly enough, while threatening anyone who refuses to lie about it, over time, their lies become conventional wisdom. Everyone
and mostly because 80% of America is not into politics. Like, just like most of America is not into sports. Like, they have their team, and they look every once in a while, they look up and see how their team is doing. They're not experts in every other team. There's people who's expert in it, right? They can name every player from that ever was drafted up until now, and the best shooting guards and point guards and center. Most people are not into politics, so they get on, they look at either Fox or CNN, and whatever they say is the truth. So it don't even take that many people to lie to them. They see it 3 or 4 times on 3, 4 different Fox shows, and boom, now it's the truth. Now they arguing at work. I seen on Fox, I seen on Megyn Kelly, she said this, and that, and I seen Roland Martin, and he said this, and that, and they, it's the truth.
Believes them. There is something about repeating a lie over and over and over again that's almost like a spell or an incantation. It's almost a form of witchcraft. It assumes reality, or a version of reality, an ersatz reality, a fake reality, but reality nevertheless. And if you're interested at all in history, going back thousands of years or even more recently, you know that the understandings of certain events that you grew up hearing about probably totally inverted. The opposite is true, but you didn't know that until you dug a little deeper, in some cases a lot deeper, to find out, because they have been distorted in the retelling. And because they have been, because a lot of our most basic assumptions are based on untruths, we wind up getting into the same messes again and again. So it's just important to tell the truth about this now in the early stages. This is, by the way, widely known. This is not a conspiracy theory. Everyone's saying it out loud now because it's true. The United States committed troops to this conflict because the prime minister of Israel, not Israel as a nation, but the guy who runs it, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi, demanded it. 7 trips to the White House over the last year. And the point of those trips never varied. The United States needs to commit to regime change in Iran. We need the U.S. military to overthrow the government of Iran. And Bibi himself is...
And remember, we're going to finish that, but remember, I don't know what is coming on. That's not just Trump. That's Biden.
Israel as a nation, but the guy who runs it, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi, demanded it.
He came to Washington and told Biden, hey, you better help us. You better give us even more. And Biden was giving them everything. Trump 2028. See, we don't do that in the cave. You got to be realistic. Trump can't run in 2028. That'd be just as crazy as the Democrats at that point, right? But remember, BB controls both parties. AIPAC buys these politicians. They literally tell them, hey, if you don't vote how we want you to vote, vote in line with what Israel want, then the next time the elections come up, we're going to give your opponent a bunch of money to beat you. Like, they tell them, like, yo, if you don't vote how we tell you, we're going to get rid of you.
7 trips to the White House over the last year. And the point of those trips never varied. The United States needs to commit to regime change in Iran. We need the U.S. military to overthrow the government of Iran. And Bibi himself has basically said that it wasn't that we thought Iran was going to get nukes this week, and that's why we did this. Nobody's even saying that now. They will be in the future when our memories get a little dimmer and they can manipulate us more. But right now they're admitting, no, actually they were not on the verge of getting nukes. Bibi himself said, you can pull up the video, I've been dreaming about this for 40 years, and we've finally done it. So this is the culmination of a long-time plan, of strategy. And
remember, Bibi's Netanyahu father was, like, he wanted this. But his father wasn't even a Jew like he was. Like, they're not from Israel. Like, these are Ashkenazi Jews, whatever I can't even say that word. These Jews came from Europe. Like, taking DNA tests and stuff like that, and like that's illegal in Israel. Like the stuff we have ancestry.com and stuff, that's illegal. Because a lot of their ancestry wouldn't trace back to the Jews like of the Bible. And then they wouldn't have no claim to the land. Remember, they're talking about the Bible and their text in the Torah. It says that God gave them this land, and they're trying to take this shit back. Like, can you believe? Like, if you think Muslims are crazy because they believe, like, hey, like suicide bombers and all this, and they get a reward and versions and whatever they tell us. If you believe that's crazy, then the Jewish people believe that, hey, this is theirs. This is exactly what God wanted for them to take this land in the Middle East, and this is going to bring about the end of time. So, like, everything's supposed to go. Like, all the nations of the Middle East is supposed to be against them, and they're supposed to have a great war, and they win, and Jesus come back, and God, and all this, and they believe that shit. So they ain't stopping.
Actually, if you look at it backwards and try to assess recent events, even in this country, in American political life over the past several years, certainly over the past 6 or 8 months, you can see that a lot of what was happening here was preparation for where we are right now. In other words, people who wanted war in Iran were softening up the public for it, were manipulating the U.S. government in order to affect it, and were doing their very best to silence anyone who doubted its wisdom. A lot of the things we have seen in the recent past are, and now it's very obvious, they were all designed to get us to where we are now, war with Iran on behalf of Israel. Now, just a caveat at the outset, just because the prime minister of Israel wanted a regime change war with Iran does not mean in any sense that it was a wise idea for Israel. It certainly wasn't a good idea for the United States. No one just really disputes that. But was it a good idea for the country or for the prime minister who advocated for it? No, probably not, actually. Just because we want something doesn't mean it's good for us. Sometimes when we get what we...
And don't forget, for you people out there, Israel is the one that gave us the intel that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. It turned out not to be true, but he just wanted them taken out so that he could stop bothering them.
Want most were destroyed by it. Hope that doesn't happen to Israel, of course, or anybody, but it could. So when you get to the truth of things and you see who's pushing for them, that doesn't mean that person understands his own best interest or his country's own best interest. Often they don't. Often we don't. But it doesn't change the fact that we got here because Israel lobbied for it. And virtually everyone in the U.S. government, certainly in the Pentagon, understood the risks. The risks were obvious from day one. First, if you knock off a government, we have a long history of doing that. It's not that hard. The individual bravery of the U.S. military personnel, the soldiers who do it, is laudable, impressive, amazing sometimes.
Look, y'all saying Trump is a clown, Tucker is a clown. See, they got us arguing with each other. And it's not. It is Israel. Israel control both parties, so it don't matter. They both doing what Israel wants. It don't matter if Kamala was the president or Trump. We would still be in these wars. These wars are affecting everything: your food prices, your gas prices. Trump.
But that is, we have learned, the easy part. Killing Saddam, okay, amazing. What comes next? Et cetera, et cetera. This is all very, very well known. And it was very well known 48 hours ago that there was no real plan to replace the government we were hoping to topple. At which point, what? Well, now you have a country, Iran, the size of Western Europe, with 92 million people, a country that's, only a little over half Persian, that has its own internal divisions and dynamics and rivalries. You have that country potentially breaking apart. And what does that mean? Well, hard to see that as a good thing for the rest.
92 million people. This might be the biggest regime we've ever toppled. That's crazy. We need younger people in government who aren't corrupt. Absolutely. And we need term limits. No person should be in Congress for 20, 30, 40 years. That's crazy. It was never meant for that. It meant for the average American citizen. The average American citizen that works 9 to 5, maybe college educated, or been through something, entrepreneurs, whatever. The average person can go to Congress, learn something, be a representative of their state for 4, 8, 10 years, whatever it is. They want us to believe you need this and you need to be an expert in business and expert in global affairs and economics and this and that. No, you don't. You think these old people, you think these 70-year-olds that they got in Congress, 75-year-old, 80-year-olds they got in Congress doing some fucking advanced calculations? No, they got people that tell them what to do, and they're like, okay, let's do this, let's do that. And then they write stuff for them, and you don't got to remember everything. The president ain't sitting there doing no advanced calculations. That's why we can have an 80-year-old president. It's supposed to be somebody of high moral value and okay, I know the country wants to go this way. Even if I like something, Like, okay, the majority of the country, 51% of the citizens of the 350 million people want to do this. Let's do this. This is what's best. This is a compromise for the country. That's it. Instead of having somebody, okay, what y'all want me to do? Who giving me the most money? Y'all want me to do that? You want me to pass this bill? How much money you got? How much money you got? And they don't give a fuck about us. Average person can't even buy a house, even after work. Yeah. And they make us, hey, Democrats, it's the Republicans. That's the reason why they can't. The hippie-loving liberals, they letting all the illegal aliens in here. They taking your money. That's why you can't do it. And then the Democrats tell you, hey, it's those Republicans. They racist. That's why you can't get a house or a job or anything, because they racist. They don't want to hire you anywhere. And it's really both of them. They both going to lunch learning how to fuck us so we can argue at each other. And we'll be in the comments on Facebook talking about, oh, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. And the Democrats and Republicans somewhere like this. They children going to the same schools. You know, all those people, their kids go to the same damn schools. They got to have Secret Service and stuff. All those people in Congress, they kids know each other and go to the same sports and travel with each other. And we sitting here arguing with each other. And I listen to Tucker and like Megyn Kelly, but it's kind of fucked up when you think about it, because Tucker admit, like, yeah, when I was on Fox, I used to say some messed up stuff because they told us and they paid us to do it. Like, yeah, I made $100 million now, so I'm different and I'm on my own. But yeah, like, we all fucking crazy over there. Megyn Kelly even said it, like, oh yeah, we lied about weapons of mass destruction, the Iraq war. We knew it was crazy, but you know what? We were all in this together. Like, they do that, and we argue with it. 40% of Americans are registered independent. It never seems to come out of your mouth, does it? Oh, are they registered? Then they don't know. You know, okay, 40% of America, that's a damn lie. They ain't independent. Most people are especially older people. If you're 50 and older, like, most of those people are not independent. They Republican or Democrat. And whatever their parents were, they are. They don't question it. Most people work 9 to 5, sit there and just vote whoever they think. Oh, okay, who we vote for? Who the Republican candidate? Okay, who the Democratic candidate? They don't even listen to what they say. They ain't trying to hear the other person. They just already know based on affiliation who they voting for. If a president should be 2 terms, it should be the same for senators. I think so. Then they'll have to make deals and then come out here in the real world and live with that, instead of making deals and then don't have to come out here with us and reap the fucking consequences. Mm-hmm. Same damn parties. And then they tell us, like, oh, somewhere in the 50s and 60s, the Democrats and the Republicans, they actually switched and they different. Six soldiers, yep, just lost their life. God bless King Trump. Yeah, that's crazy. See, there's Trump derangement syndrome on, like, that, whatever they say, on both sides. Like, there's on the side where no matter what Trump do, nothing could ever be right, even some good stuff he does. And then there's also on the other side, no matter what he does wrong, it's like, yeah, but he meant to do that. Like, we're not used to politicians coming out and say, oh, we did that, my administration did that, we did this, that. But actually, at the further review, and we got this now, we see, or in hindsight, or after we got this information, now we see that was the wrong decision. We're going this way now. They never apologize. It's always, no, we meant to do that. No mistakes. Nope. What you talking about?
To the world on so many levels, which we pray don't become more obvious, but they're even now becoming obvious. That could be a true disaster. So why would we want that? Well, of course, we wouldn't want that. The only country that seems to want that, or the only leader, to be fair, once again, not speaking for every Israeli any more than Joe Biden or Donald Trump or anybody else who runs this country speaks for every American, of course. But Benjamin Netanyahu wanted that. He thought that was his mission, but more than his mission, maybe his destiny. He suggested that in his remarks today. And that's why. But nobody in the U.S. government who I ever talked to or heard quoted on TV seemed to believe that this was primarily in America's interest. There might be ancillary benefits. I mean, you hear these analyses of how, the world is changing and it went from being unipolar to multipolar, all true. The United States ran the world uncontested from the summer of 1991 until, I don't know, pick a date, pretty recently, the rise of China. And all of a sudden you have multipoles. You have more than one great power vying for control of the world.
The real reason the United States going after Iran is because Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu want it to happen. It's divine to them. They want it. They think that God has chosen them. It's sad. They own both sides, the left and the right. God bless. Crazy.
And its trade routes and its resources, et cetera, and that somehow knocking off the government of Iran would be good for us in that complex chess game. And that's a real argument. I guess these things are kind of hard to understand. And any wise person looks at the world and says, okay, there's no stopping the rise of China. Their manufacturing capacity, their economic power is really the world's largest real economy, is not going to end tomorrow. So there has to be a way to strike a kind of power sharing agreement with China, with the East. The United States doesn't rule the world uncontested, and for the foreseeable future is probably not going to. So how do we live in some semblance of peace and preserve our own interests? And again, you enter into some informal power sharing agreement with the other great power or powers. Probably can't stop that process. It's probably too late to stop China from controlling the East at this point. Killing the Ayatollah is probably not going to do it. So there's probably a better way to do this. But anyway, there are people who disagree. And, if we do this, it'll be better for us long term. And at least you have to give them credit for trying to think of a way in which this might benefit the United States.
But it's never worked. It's not like we have history that could tell us, right? Like, hey, it's never fucking worked. Nobody has ever successfully taken out a government and then the people rose up and been better before the government was out. They took out Saddam and then was like, oh shit, okay, we see why he was using the mustard gas on these people. They were trying to fight and take over the country. He actually keeping the dogs back. Like, he's keeping them at bay. And then you learn that the Ayatollah in Iran, the one they killed, like, he was actually like a moderate in the country. Like, Putin, like in Russia, Putin is actually a moderate. He's not like an extremist. He's actually like, he keeps back people that's more crazy than him. Like, sometimes you got to think back, if these people are dictators, are they this crazy and this country is this mad, then how bad are the people behind them that's doing their dirty work? Like, who are they keeping from really doing what they want to do? Like, who behind Putin? Like, yo, let me just flatten that whole motherfucking area, Putin. Come on, let me go. Israel first, America second. That's what it felt like. You realize that if we had a president of the United States that came to us and was like, for 1 year, for one cycle, we're not going to give any money to Israel, and we're going to keep our hundreds of billions of dollars, we could help all Americans. Absolutely, 0 to 10. Like, if you're on the left or the right, they make us fight. If it ain't about being on the left, on the right, then they make us fight over something else. The moment they want to help us, but they can give money to a foreign nation like this. Like, hey, let's help the Americans that own homes. Nah, then they're gonna be like, hey, people that don't own homes. Are you sure we should do that? Like, isn't that unfair? Like, tell them about it. We can't pass that. We can't help them. Okay, let's help the people that went to school and maybe bit off a little more than they could chew. Okay, let's talk about it. Hey, people that didn't go to school. Hey, people that got a trade and learned the skill. You think that's fair? Hey, no, that's not fair. I got a skill. I'm a welder. I'm an electrician. I went to a trade. I'm not paying nobody way through college, man. That's effed up. But you know what they don't ask us about? When the airline's going out of business and we got to spend billions of dollars, do any of us own an airplane? Do you own one? I don't own one. I don't own a private jet like they do, but they just bail them out, right? How about the banks? You tell me the banks living paycheck to paycheck like the rest of the Americans? Like the bank ain't got a savings account? But they don't argue about that. They don't say, hey, Americans, should we bail them out? We like, no, fuck it. Let them sink or drown like the rest of us. They got high interest rates anyway. Remember when you ain't had to pay a baggage fee on the plane? They told us, hey, that was just temporary. Now we bail the airlines out. They don't pay us back, and we still paying baggage fees. They never took them back after we helped them out. Hey, car industry, we got to pay off car. We got a car note. If we don't pay our car note, they're gonna bail us out. No, they're gonna come get your shit. But when the car companies need a bailout and they live in paycheck to paycheck, we help them. When it's a foreign country, our politicians go and vote on that shit like that. But when it's the help of American people, then whatever side's not being helped, they're going to get them to voice their opinion and put them all over the news, no matter what it is. If they put something out helping the poor, the extreme poor, people that's barely making rent, then they're going to get the middle class people who's barely making it in the end to complain. And we turn against each other. But we don't get a fucking choice when they helping a foreign nation or a Fortune 500 company. But we fighting back and forth when it's to help a section of America, a group in America. We just complain about it. See, Demon Pizza, you own all your cars. Yeah, I paid off a car too. But if they told me, hey, your taxes dollars are going to go to paying off a car, and for the people who own their car or was responsible, most of them might be like, what? Nah, that's unfair. I worked my ass off. I paid off my car, blah, 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 blah. But if they said, hey, you know what? We're going to keep all this money from Israel. We got $100 billion that we ain't sending to Israel. So we was going to send it. But hey, how about we use that money to help Americans, to help the poor? Let's fix homelessness in California with this money. They're not telling you we could help out the homeowners, the people who went to school. We could not collect fucking taxes from people for a whole year if we didn't spend that money. Literally giving missiles to another nation. We give them money to then buy from our companies. What type of sense does that make? Anyway.
United States. But most people who assess this knew nothing whatsoever to do with us. This is Israel's war. That's what it is. It's not an attack. It's not an attack on Israel, by the way. It's hardly anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. It's a fact. Head of state came to our country. The head of a state of 9 million people came to a country of 350 million people and demanded that we help them, or in effect, do it ourselves, topple the regime in Tehran. Now, how did they get the leverage to do this? That's a complicated question. And it's something really worth thinking about. But how did this tiny country with no resources and 9 million people convince the world's great superpower with the greatest military in history to do its bidding in a way that was going to hurt it? Well, again, many layers to that question. But the most obvious and immediate answer is because Bibi told the president of the United States, you can join me or not, but I'm going. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said this in a call to congressional leaders yesterday. He said Israel said they were going. And at that point, you really only have two choices. You can get on board and try and help or contain Israel's war. That's part of the calculation here. Israel's going. Let's try and keep this within bounds. Let's try to be a moderating force on this adventure, whatever it turns out to be. Or you can tell Israel no, and they'll just do it. And if they did it, that would not protect us because there are hundreds of thousands of Americans in the Middle East, both in uniform and out, civilians and military personnel. And they're also the world's most important oil projects, oil, energy infrastructure, oil and gas, which has more than any other factor a determining effect on the global economy. So everybody needs their oil and gas, period. You can't change that. Sorry. And so if that infrastructure is damaged or destroyed, it affects all of us, everybody, but us. So you can't just let Israel go and do this. Now, of course, there's a third potential theoretical option, which you say to Israel, which is a client state, which we pay for, whose creation we made possible. You say, no, we're not doing that. I get it. You don't like the Ayatollah. You don't like Iran. But this is bad for us, and we're not going to let you do this. And if you do it, we're going to, I don't know what, cut off aid, something. We can apply the
Operation Epstein blackmail, yeah. That's something neither side won out of that Epstein file. Gavin could have fixed the homeless problem 100 times over with all the money they got. Of course they could, except for they just split it among each other. Gavin Newsom and the Democrats in California could have passed reparations in California. It would have been crazy. Maybe it would have sparked other states to do the same. Who knows? But they didn't do it. They stopped their own bill. Controlled by a country the size of New Jersey, yeah. They got the money. JFK was the last president that wanted Israel to have to sign up and report everything they were doing. And he got popped a couple of days later after he wanted that and Israel to have inspections so we could see if they have nuclear weapons. Because we know they have nuclear weapons. Like, this crazy. This, like, oh, Iran might have nuclear weapons. Iran said every year, like, we don't want no nuclear weapons. Like, we ain't trying to make no nukes. Like, y'all could expect. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Pressure that is inherently ours to apply since we're paying for all of this. But that was not even on the table. That's never been on the table. No one has ever in the last 63 years considered doing that. Really, the last president to do that was John F. Kennedy in 1962 when he got in a not as famous as it should be dispute with the founding prime minister of Israel, then the prime minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, over Israel's nuclear program at Dimona. And then President Kennedy said, no, I don't believe in nuclear proliferation. This is one of the pillars of my administration, and you can't keep testing, and I'm demanding inspections. And of course, he was not able to make good on those promises because he was killed in November of 1963, and the person who took his place, his vice president, Lyndon Johnson, gave a green light to the Israeli nuclear program. So that was the last time an American president said no, a hard no to Israel, tried to restrain its core ambitions, not like, be nice to the Palestinians in the West Bank, but no, you can't have nukes, or no, you can't, bomb Lebanon or whatever. That was the last time. So that's not, for some reason, even on the table. So the choice was, do you go along with what Israel's doing, try to constrain it, or do you just sit back and then inevitably get drawn into it? So the truth is, and this is hard to say, as a proud American and as someone who wants the United States to remain powerful in the world, a force for decency and order in the world, but above all wants America to remain prosperous and peaceful at home in the country that we actually live in. It's hard to say this, but the United States didn't make the decision here. Benjamin Netanyahu did. And again, it's important to say that, not to discourage anybody or make anybody feel despondent or hopeless. There's no reason for hopelessness at this point, but in order that it doesn't happen again, tell the truth so people can learn, hopefully improve and grow. But tell the truth, no matter what. So then the question becomes, we know why it started. It started because Israel wanted it and demanded the U.S. military in order to do it. Why would Israel want this? We've already established that this may or may not be a good idea for Israel, but why would they want it? What was their thinking here? If it was really about the threat of Iran building and deploying a nuclear weapon, or a nuclear-tipped ICBM aimed at Miami and New York, as Mark Levin told his poor listeners the other day. None of that's true. But if it was really about that, how could this threat have lasted for 40 years? How could, as Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday, how could Iran's nuclear program been on the very verge, the cusp of building and deploying a nuclear weapon for 40 years? Well, of course it wasn't. Well, we can argue about Iran's aims with nuclear weapons. They probably wanted one. Who wouldn't want one? Look at what happens to countries that don't have one. Everyone wants a nuclear weapon. But were they actually about to get one? No.
Hell no.
So what was the point? What is the point of this from Israel's perspective? Well, the point is regional hegemony. Super simple. Israel has been around for almost 80 years. Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel's got a pretty robust tech economy. But above all, Israel has big ambitions. And by the way, it's not an attack on Israel. Which growing country doesn't have greater ambitions? And which megalomaniacal leader of said country, and there are many of those around the world, by the way, wouldn't want regional hegemony? Regional hegemony means you get to control your region. Kind of a Middle Eastern Monroe doctrine. Israel wants to be able to determine, roughly speaking, what happens in its region, and it doesn't want constraints on its own behavior. In the same way, again, trying to be as generous and universally minded as possible here in this analysis, because it's true. Who wouldn't want that? Do we want that? Of course we do. We're not, we put up with a lot from Mexico and Canada, but if they all of a sudden started constraining our actual ambitions, we'd do something about it, I think, or the old America would have, a normal country would. And Israel wants to control the Middle East. And they're the only announced nuclear power in the Middle East. Are they the only actual nuclear power in the Middle East? You could debate that, or people can guess. But they're the only country we know for certain has a big nuclear arsenal. So,
look, the problem is Americans don't know how it feels to have a fucking bomb land in your living room. We've all become desensitized. The young kids from, firstborn down up until 50s, I think. Now 50, if you're in your 50s, 60s, like these people have become desensitized to it. 9/11 was like enough to a good 10 years of peace, maybe. Like after that, then we went to war right after that, so it's hard to say that. But it's 9/11, and then we damn, they could touch us. Like, oh my God, that was scary. People made it to New York and America. It felt like we were being hit. So imagine, like they say, oh, Iran is the biggest supporter of terrorists. They got Hamas, they got Hezbollah, they got the Houthis in Africa or in Yemen. They got all these these groups, so they were keeping them together. So now you just took the lead off these groups. Now you just took the motherfuckers that was keeping these groups from going crazy and paying them not to go off. Now they about to show their allegiance and their loyalty. Are like, oh, all right, the big boss gone. Look what happened in Mexico with the cartel. We didn't even talk about a fucking country of 92 million people. The cartel, the U.S. and the Mexico authorities took off the leader of the cartel, one of the biggest cartels in Mexico, and now the cartel, now they attacking officials and shit. Like they killing the soldiers, the Mexican soldiers, and they like, okay, y'all fucking with us? Like, y'all crazy? Like, we just as big as the government. We'll fight y'all back. So now imagine a terrorist attack at a baseball game in San Diego. Imagine the Jets playing in New York and a fucking bomb go off at the stadium. Imagine New York subway get hit by suicide bombers. Imagine a nice little parade in Houston, Texas, with the cheerleaders and everybody going and the horses and boom, 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 boom. Are y'all crazy? Like nobody thought that Iran could go airstrike with the U.S. No, we're gonna fuck them up. But there's only so much we can do from the air, right? There's most of the people there are civilians, so we just can't bomb people like we're fucking Israel and Gaza and just kill the civilians, right? So that means that what basically Israel did was arm some of the civilians, and the whatever group was against them, you know how we got Democrats and Republicans. So let's say the current regime, the current government in Iran was Democrats. Well, they armed the Republicans in the country, so now they could take it. That's why they keep saying now's the time for the Iranian people to rise up. They're not just hoping that like some brave man rise up and unite the people. Like, this ain't a fucking Disney movie. Like, there's already groups down there that they pay and arm to, like, all right, look, once we blow this shit up, boom, y'all got to try it. Like, they're not going to let anybody just take control of the government. Like, whoever controls the government, the U.S. is going to have to, like, they're talking about, oh, the crown prince might come. No, they're not. They already chased the crown prince out. How the fuck you going to take the people government and say they have an evil dictator regime and then give them literally a member of the royal family that used to run them? That's crazy. And when they had a democratically elected leader, what happened? The UK and the US got together and took him out. And that's how they got the Ayatollah in the first place. Like, they killed him. Like, that's why they say death to America, because we fucked up their government for so long. That is stupid. If you don't know the reason why these people scream death to America, then you don't know the history of the US and Iran. Because then you will be like, okay, damn, I see why they're yelling at it. We've been fucking these people up.
They want to be unrivaled in their power in their region. Again, this is not a conspiracy theory or something weird to want. It's what every country wants, and they want it, and Bibi wants it, and he sees himself as a figure out of history, not simply as a prime minister who's, fighting to keep his job, which he also is, but as a great man, as a modern Moses or whatever, as a figure. And men like that, men of destiny, change the calculation for their nation forever. They don't take small steps, they take big steps. They think big. He thinks big, to his credit or detriment, but it's a fact. And so this war is an effort, not simply in addition to everything else. No, it is exclusively an effort on the part of Israel to achieve regional hegemony, total control. So what does that mean exactly? Well, it means you have to sweep away your enemies. And in the case of Iran was an enemy of Israel, by the way. And Iran was also funding insurgencies and militant groups in the region to kind of picket Israel and hassle Israel, kill Israelis. That's all true. Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran funded, absolutely. Houthis, Iran funded, absolutely. Iran was doing that. That's true. And Israel didn't like it. Why would they? But it's also true that, and this is not to make excuses for anybody, but these are all dynamics. One country does one thing, another country does another thing. I mean, like a marriage. No party's wholly responsible for what went wrong or what went well. This is a relationship. And people act against each other, with each other, but always on each other. Each action provokes a reaction. And so this history goes back a long way, and historians can untangle it, the few honest ones left. But if you want to control the Middle East and you're Israel, you have to decapitate Iran. You don't have to rebuild it. Probably don't even want to. It's too big. It has too much mineral wealth, has too much energy, that huge gas field they share with Qatar, et cetera, et cetera. You probably just want to decapitate it and make it helpless. You want to turn it into a hellscape because it's better for you, because you can dominate a hellscape. Now, that may cause massive downstream problems for everybody else. You could have like a refugee crisis in Europe. Well, that already happened when Israel destabilized Syria. You could have this open bleeding wound. Oh, that already happened when Israel destabilized Lebanon, when Israel pushed the United States to kill Gaddafi in Libya. This is an ongoing thing.
Are y'all seeing the theme here with Israel? They're fucking doing what they want to do. And most Americans have no idea Israel and how they came to be and what they've been doing. And it's like, oh my God, Hamas attacked us on October 7th. And it's like, oh my God, you had these people and nothing. That's not right. But it's also not right to act like you ain't had these people in the fucking prison in a little box, millions of people, like a jail cell. What they say, an open air prison. Like, are we gonna pretend like what man worth anything wouldn't fight back? Come on.
Iran's just the biggest and the final. So getting rid of the Iranian government had one purpose: to give Israel the ability to do exactly what it wants in the Middle East without getting hassled. And what it wants, among other things, is territorial expansion. Small country, they want parts of Libya, they want parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon. They're an expansionist power, like most powers, actually. Let's demystify this. It's not about the Jews. It's about a nation state that is growing and trying to exert its power. It's that simple. You can take all the spooky stuff out and just see it in terms of conventional geopolitics, and it makes total sense. And part of the reason we can't see this clearly is because we've been so propagated.
And you just can't say that either. Because it's not like somebody just ambitious and they want the best for their country and like they're trying, but if it don't work, they're cool. No, these people are religious nuts. Like these Zionists believe like they're not stopping. This is God given. So like they have a different fucking type, right? They have a different type of motivation. They feel like they're not gonna stop to the death. Like they're ready to go to war for war, nuke, like whatever. Like that's you have to add that element. Otherwise, it's like, okay, we might break them and they might just stop. No, how you gonna be broken when you believe like it's not even your choice? God commanded this to be your destiny.
Propagandized in the United States to see every contest between nations as a moral contest in which we somehow have to pick a side, and somebody's Churchill and somebody's Neville Chamberlain and somebody's Hitler, and this is absurd template which narrows our vision and prevents us from seeing that this is just what's always happened, which is a contest between powers for primacy. But there's actually two other components, two other speed bumps on the way to regional dominance for Israel. And the first is something called the GCC. The GCC is an informal alliance, maybe a little more formal as of today, but it's the 6 Gulf monarchies. It's the energy-producing Gulf states. And those would be Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi. And these are some of the biggest, most important energy producers in the world. They're all Sunni Arab states. They are all rich, and all of a sudden, they are all now internationally, or some of them are internationally influential because they are the site of global diplomacy. They are filling the void left by Switzerland, which, not to get too boring about it, but basically took sides in the Russia-Ukraine conflict and is therefore kind of not really a place where people can negotiate in good faith. They are, in effect, controlled by the EU and NATO. They would never admit that, the Swiss, but they are. They give up their banking secrecy. They're basically not non-aligned anymore. But some of these Gulf states are as close to non-aligned as you can possibly get. Certainly Qatar is. And all of a sudden, every conflict around the world is being negotiated in Qatar, or most recently in Oman. And so they have a kind of moral authority on the global stage.
Tell me I don't like Tucker, huh? It's not about Tucker. See, you got to listen to Fox, and then you listen to CNN, and then you see what they both said that's the same, and boom, most of the time you got your answer, right? Because they both going to have bullshit. In the cave, remember, that's why I made this. This is not about a left or right. This is about knowing that both the politicians on the left and the right are the same, and they're tearing us the fuck apart. They want us to look at each other's skin color. They want us to look at our religion, how much you make. They want you to look at all that and figure out a reason not to like the other person. Like, don't look at them. It's not them. Hey, poor white man or white woman, hey, you're suffering. It's because of the liberal Democrats. Hey, poor minority, black, Hispanic, Asian, American, you feeling left out? You're poor? It's because of those racist white Republicans. And it's fucking them. It's them splitting the money and giving it to foreign nations, Fortune 500 companies. They sitting there stock trading because they know what's going to happen. So they got insider trading. They letting their husbands and their wife trade on behalf of the fucking senators and congressmen. And then we sitting here and oh, Trump, oh, Biden. Like, it don't matter who was president, this war was going to happen. Like, neither one of them was stopping it. Biden was giving everything he could to Israel, whatever Netanyahu asked for. And Trump was too. And no matter who won the election, they was too. That's what we got to see and stop arguing with each other. So when they say, hey, yeah, it's the people on the right, you'd be like, okay, cool, that's them. Okay, cool. But what the fuck are you doing, though? What are you doing? I don't care what they doing. They over there. My mother taught me it don't matter what everybody else in the class is doing. It don't matter if everybody jump off the bridge. I'm not going to jump. So if I'm a Republican, I don't care what the Democrats are doing. They liars, cool, and they cancel people, cool. But what are we doing now? Because this shit is ridiculous. We said no more wars. We said no new wars, and you motherfuckers are like going out of your way to make up wars. Hey, we want mass immigrations. We want to fix our country. Cool, but okay, stop it with the ICE running through the streets with masks on and nobody can. Come on, the shit look like stormtroopers. Relax. Like, show us some gang members and shit. Go on some raids through the hood. Like playing bad boys, what you gonna do? Put Maury or somebody in there and let us see you bust down some fucking Fortune 500 companies or some of these Tyson or whatever. Let us see you running them and do the raids and take out the gang members and shit through the hoods. We don't want to see you with a 5-year-old at the school waiting for the father to pick him up and shit. Like, we know those people got to go too, but come on, like, do it a little gentler. Like, hey, if you're a Democrat, cool. When, like, hey, Biden memory slip, we should have said something. We probably helped get Trump elected because nobody wanted to admit that Biden was a little slow and he shouldn't have been running. And then you motherfuckers tried to give us Kamala. Like, where'd she come from? We telling you that Biden can't run, and you motherfuckers wait to the debate, and then we see that he can't even keep up with Trump, and then you're like, oh shit, we got to do something. And then it's too late to get people together, so you're like, hey, Kamala, or you, like, hey, y'all ain't gonna put like 4 choices up and we choose the one we want? Like, nobody? Like, y'all just going like, just give us one person and say y'all better vote for her because we all Democrats, so it don't matter who she is? Shit crazy. Both sides are stupid. Netanyahu been here more than 7 times to see Biden and Trump. Israel is paying both fucking sides. It don't matter what side.
Right? They have very effective diplomacy. People like them. People also go there on vacation. They have the best airlines in the world. They are the obvious regional travel hub for the globe. They're literally where East meets West. So if you're flying from New York to Delhi, you're going to stop in Dubai. And they have government-subsidized airlines that are absolutely fantastic. So people have a familiarity, a firsthand familiarity with these countries, which were mysteries to most Westerners 25 years ago. When 9/11 happened, it was the first time I went to the Gulf. Most Americans had never been there unless you were in the oil business or something. You'd never been there. And so you could imagine that it was all belly dancers and camels and slavery or whatever you thought. But all of a sudden, you know, like every other rich person in America has been to Dubai because they're all traveling somewhere. They're going in safari in Africa. So it's been demystified to the West, and people like it. These are societies with problems, of course, but they're also orderly and clean and elaborately polite and welcoming to outsiders and rich and kind of a little less gaudy than you would expect. They're actually some of the most functional societies in the world. And people like them, despite a lot of propaganda. And by the way, despite some complications. There are plenty of things about the Gulf states that Westerners won't like, or some things anyway, and certainly parts of their foreign policy that make you wonder. But these are not North Korea. They're the opposite. These are actually very civilized countries. And they're not all on board with Israel's programs because they've got populations that disagree with how Israel has treated the Palestinians. In the case of Saudi Arabia, they have Mecca and Medina, the 2 holiest places in Islam. Every Muslim who can is required to go to Saudi Arabia on the Hajj, to go visit Mecca. So these are countries with inherent power in the Islamic world, growing power globally, and resources. And so they can't be ignored. And if they were ever to get together, if these 6 countries were ever to form, say, like a real military alliance, they would be a massive threat to Israel. So Israel has spent decades fomenting dissent between them, of course. And that's not necessarily just an attack on Israel. I mean, as anyone can tell you who spent time in the Middle East, the Arabs, many great qualities, but love to fight with each other. It's like their favorite hobby. More than camel racing. It's very easy to get Arab nations bickering and fighting. And the distrust goes back a long time, and it's impenetrable to the outsider. But if you were trying to divide 6 countries from each other, it's not that hard. And the Israelis have worked really, really hard to do that. But the truth is, if you really want control of the Middle East, you kind of have to degrade, if not destroy, the Gulf states. And so the Israelis knew, and the Americans knew as well, maybe not quite as realistic an assessment, but they had some sense. The Israelis definitely knew that if you start lobbing missiles into Iran, and if you start killing the leadership of Iran, and if you were to say kill the head of state / religious leader of one branch of Islam, the Ayatollah, if you were to do that, it would provoke a military response that would hurt the Gulf badly, and that it would, in some countries like Bahrain, site of the Fifth Fleet, you could potentially stoke like a true revolution, because that country is almost, I think, half Shiite. So you could cause massive chaos in the Gulf if you were to do this. Now, that wasn't a risk from the Israeli standpoint. That was the point. That was the point.
Yeah, I believe in Bahrain, the royal family is Sunni, but a lot of the people are Shiite. And the Ayatollah in Iran, they're Shiite. So imagine if you're Catholic and the United States just took out your Pope. Like, you'll have fucking Catholics rioting in the middle of the street.
They wanted to diminish the Gulf, and in 2 days they have. And I think anyone who likes decency and order and cleanliness is hoping that the Gulf will recover. The Gulf is not a threat to us. We have military bases in these countries. These are some of our closest allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel, by far. They're our friends, but they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also it's a luxury brand, basically. People go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really, really hurts these countries. And Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in 2 Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. No.
See, the thing is, we're pretending like we want order, and we're taking out these people because we want order, and taking out these leaders are going to lead to peace. When really, Israel know that taking out these people will make all the dominoes fall and fuck up everything. We got 2 different objectives. Taking out somebody because it's going to free the people of Iran. No, we're taking them out because it's going to cause a fucking power vacuum, and they're going to be fighting for power, and we could do what we want. Ain't going to be nobody to stop us from expanding. That's what it's about. It's not about helping anybody and freeing the Iranian people. Taking out Venezuela president wasn't about helping the fucking Venezuelan people. It was about oil and getting our oil companies back there, and they don't even want to go back.
Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded. And the third thing you would have to do if you wanted true control over the region, which, as we've established, Israel wants and shouldn't be attacked for wanting. It's a natural thing to want. But the final thing you'd have to do is get the U.S. out of the Middle East.
Hit the likes. We need everybody in the cave, man. There's people out here watching Fox and the people that's just watching CNN. We need all the real Americans and all the real people They're fucking humans that have empathy. That just because you're on one side, that doesn't mean you don't feel the pain of the other side. All the people that's living paycheck to paycheck and tired of your fucking politicians lying to you and making promises and whispering sweet nothings in your ear before they fuck you. And you don't get paid for it. They don't even leave their car. You don't even know who doing it. They just come up from behind you and just get it done with. You don't even know who doing it. Never know their name. A different politician every fucking 2-4 years. We got to go independent, man. Hit the like button. Smash the like. We got almost 200 people in here and like 20-something likes. Hit the thumbs up, please. Hoorah, America.
Since 1948, the United States, from Harry Truman till present, U.S. presidents, and as noted with diminishing success, but have tried to constrain or shape Israel's policies, its foreign policy. And we have a right to do that because we're the most powerful country in the world, and have been since 1945, and also because we pay for it. Israel couldn't exist without us right now. And we give them the defense umbrella. We defend them in their wars. And so why would you want the United States out? Well, because the United States, while not doing a very good job of constraining Israel, has been issuing requests in any case to Israel for a long time. And that's very annoying. Imagine if we were getting the same kind of communiques from, Ottawa, and they were like, you can't do this, you can't do that. We'd say, buzz off at a certain point. Back off, Canada. We're doing what we want. We're a great power. So you have to get the United States out. And this war is designed to do it. Because the Israelis, who are very well aware of domestic American politics, know that there is no appetite whatsoever for casualties among the American public, that this war did not have anything approaching majority support. In fact, it had small minority support, and that's shrunk even in 36 hours, and that this would cause a political crisis in the United States, and that it would most critically convince our Arab allies in the region, meaning really the Gulf states and Jordan, poor Jordan, wonderful country, it would convince them that the United States is a bad ally. Why? Because the second you hit Iran, and the Persians are not stupid at all, you know that they're going to hit American bases in those countries, which they have, except Oman. But in the other 6, they have. And you know those countries are not going to be defended by the United States. And they haven't been very well. Some of these countries are on fire right now, and they feel completely vulnerable. And they are low, or not letting loose with any operational secret that you can't find on the internet. They're running low on missile defense. And so a country like Saudi or UAE or Qatar, Bahrain or Kuwait, they're all right on the Gulf, directly across from Iran. They live on their energy production, and that's being damaged, and no one's protecting them. A Saudi Aramco facility went up last night. Saudi Aramco being the longtime joint U.S.-Saudi energy production company, biggest oil company in the world. And part of it's on fire today. The Iranians said they didn't do it. Why would they say they didn't do it? Possible Israel did it. Why wouldn't they? Because if you think about it, scaring our other allies in the region, letting them know that they can get attacked and the U.S. will not defend you. You put up with all this crap for decades because you got American troops on your soil and your population doesn't like it, but you do it anyway because you've been told if there was ever a problem, the U.S. will come rescue you. Well, guess what we just learned? The U.S. is not coming to rescue you. There are hundreds of thousands of Americans, civilians, caught in the Middle East tonight. Can't get out. And the governments of those countries are panicked and they're enraged. And the message to them is the U.S. is not a reliable partner. What's the point of this partnership? What's the point of allowing you to have an air base in my country if when missiles come raining down or drones attack our airport, our international airport, you're not going to do anything about it? That's how they feel. And you can understand why they do. So what's the message to them? There's no upside in dealing with the United States. There's no upside in foreign investment in the United States. You go to any of these countries, you just go to the airport, go to a restaurant. Who do you run into? American businessmen. And some of them have good ideas. Some of them have ideas that are so stupid that they couldn't sell them in Silicon Valley. They couldn't go to VCs in the United States and raise the money. So they go to the Gulf. And it's not that the Gulf Arabs are dumb. In some sense, they're doing this because they see the United States as their only real ally.
Who the hell is the U.S. ally now besides Israel? Like all of Europe, like because of Greenland, we seen like, damn, like they're gonna turn on us like this. Like because of our actions in the Middle East, like we're just letting Israel run rampant. Like who threatening Canada, everybody, like who the hell is the United States friend? Like they tell us, oh, it's China evil, Russia's evil. So we're taking Iran and letting in Gaza, but yet they tell us, hey, Russia is evil because he wanted the Ukraine. When Russia makes sense. Like what Putin want to do makes sense. You have Russia, you have the Ukraine. They're next to each other. They border each other. And if the U.S., if they joined NATO and the U.S. came in, then we would have like the same way we got like military bases in South Korea and Japan. We would have had fucking carriers and military bases in Ukraine. And Russia, like, no. Like the U.S. wouldn't let us put a base on Cuba. Like, no, you can't put a base on Ukraine. And they told the Ukraine, like, yo, make a decision. Tell them, like, no, you ain't joining no group. You staying out of it. And they never did. So Putin was like, fuck it, I'm going to attack. If Putin didn't hurry up and attack and the Ukraine joined with the U.S. and NATO and then Russia attacked, then we would have attacked too. But, hey, Ukraine never got jumped in. So we can't go help them. So we could only give them weapons. Like, that makes sense. But they telling us, oh, if Putin get Ukraine, he's not gonna stop there. He's gonna sweep all of Europe. Like what? Like they could barely fight Ukraine. Look how many years it's taking them. They gonna sweep across all of Europe? Like they gonna get their ass whooped if they did that. But yet Israel can sweep all of Gaza and all the Palestinians out, and then go for Iran, and they could hit us Assad and Syria, and they can get us to hit Iraq. Like damn. Like we thinking about taking Greenland and we telling Canada shut up before we come take you. Like God, who the fuck is our friend?
And so they're investing in American business ventures. A lot. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And part of that is economic calculation. They think these companies are going to grow and they're going to make money. Part of it is friendship. You're our ally and have been all these years since the British left. What do they think now? Well, they don't feel that way quite as much because for them, this is very serious. I mean,
yo, you see, you gotta like Tucker, Candace, and Megyn Kelly because they admitted to being part of the Matrix. Like Tucker came out and said, yeah, I was part of Fox. I was lying to the American people. Like he come out and said like, yeah, I was lying about 9/11 and believing in weapons of mass destruction because they told us. It was obvious that they didn't and that they were going in for the oil, but we were telling you, hey, they had weapons of mass destruction. Megyn Kelly said the same thing. Like, the people at Fox are pressured to think a certain way. The people at CNN are pressured to go against and do certain things. And we just like, oh, okay, cool. And most of our us and most of the I guess the adult, I'm in my 30s, so most of the people in the 50, 60, they come home from work, they turn on their Fox or they CNN, they see what they say and they believe them. And the whole time, the fucking host don't even believe it. They all lying. Yes, they all. That's the best lies, right? We all know as adults, the best lies have a little bit of the truth. So if you listen, it's like bringing two kids. Like imagine you're a principal at a school. You bring in two kids because they did something. Or you're doing an interrogation. Like you listen to them and you see the parts that match from everybody. And then you take that as, okay, these are the facts. Okay, they both said they met about 7 o'clock. They both said that the dude pulled up in the red car and that he yelled at him first. So when you listen to Fox and then you hear what they saying, then you listen to CNN and you hear what they saying and you hear the truth. And then, okay, this is the truth because they both said this. They both said that. Okay, they probably lying about this or they probably lying about that. That's all we can do. So Tucker, you give him a like, even if people lying, like there has to be a second chance, right? We have to leave room for people to be like, oh, I made a mistake. Damn, I was lying, but hey, I'm here to tell the truth now. We can't be like, oh, forget you. Otherwise, even if somebody lying and a bad person and they want to change, they like, damn, if I change though and come out and tell the truth, I'm gonna be canceled and not be able to feed my family. So now it's like, damn, I want to come out and tell the truth, but hey, I still want to feed my family, so I'm gonna continue lying. Nah, Tucker came out and like, yeah, I was lying at Fox, and I can't fuck with that. Maybe he made his number. Some people got a number. I'm gonna be evil. I'm gonna sell drugs till I get this many millions of dollars. Maybe he reached his number. Maybe he's like, I'm gonna sell out until I get 50 million. Once I get 50 million, I'm not being part of the system no more. Maybe he reached that and now he left.
These countries don't grow their own food. So if you close the airport and the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea are closed, in effect, where do you get your food? That's a real issue. These are countries that are supplied by, in some cases, desalination plants, pulling seawater through a membrane and then piping it to the urban centers. What happens if those pipes get blown up? You have no water. There's millions and millions of people. So you can see, without getting too into it, just how vulnerable these countries, our strongest allies in the region, now feel, and how their calculation about the United States in the region has changed dramatically. The British lost their influence in the Middle East in 1956 in what is known as the Suez Crisis. It was a crisis that was so complex, it's hard even to understand it now, 70 years later. But the net effect was the UK was not able to restore order in the region. They had less power than people thought they did. And that was it. That was the true end of Britain's empire. It was certainly the end of its control over the Middle East. That's what this is. And it's on purpose. They did this. The Israelis want us out, and they did this on purpose. And then as a last sort of footnote, there's another big loser in this war, in Israel's war. And this was obvious years ago. And that's Europe. Europe? Who cares about Europe? Well, the neocons care about Europe for reasons that are not entirely clear. But you often hear the neocons, the war hawks, chills for Israel, whatever you call them, but people who supported what we're seeing now. And they're mad at the Shiites and the Ayatollah and the Arabs and, of course, got it. But if you listen carefully, there is a deep hostility, hatred, in fact, toward Western Europe. Now, where does that come from? Someone should think deeply about this because it's had a big effect over the past 80 years. It doesn't even matter where it comes from. They hate Western Europe. And maybe the biggest loser of all right now is Western Europe. So last night, Qatar shut down its LNG exports. LNG is liquefied natural gas. Without getting boring about it, LNG is essential to the global economy. It's essential to Asia. South Korea subsists on Qatari LNG exports. China is a huge consumer of them. And Western Europe, Britain, 40% of homes in Britain are powered by Qatari LNG. Lots of reasons for this. We blew up the Nord Stream pipeline is one of them. But it doesn't matter. That's the truth. So when you shut off natural gas from Qatar, and it's now shut down, it's 20% of the world's total supply is shut down, well, you have all kinds of effects on that.
So for all the people that, I think if you voted for Trump, then you should be mad because this is not America first at all. You should be like, damn, Mr. President, I voted for you. We're different than the Democrats. We don't want war. What happened? Why the fuck are we in this? This is not America first. And you're going to feel this when it comes to gas. Like that right by Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, right there, the Persian Gulf. Like that's where most of the oil come out to the rest of the world. Like that's a major shipping lane. They took that down. They took Qatar oil field down. Like this shit's going to have repercussions for us.
It crushes markets. It hikes inflation. It can wreak havoc on the global economy. Say a prayer that it doesn't, but it could. But the first thing that it does is totally shafts Europe. And then here's the second order effect, refugee crises. Let's say that this operation achieves its only real stated aim, which is to decapitate the government of Iran. It doesn't seem to have happened yet. I mean, who knows what's actually going on? But the Ayatollah was killed. Government's still sending missiles, so someone's making decisions. But let's say over the course of however long this takes, chaos becomes the state of play in Iran. The thing just falls apart, just chaos. Just a huge chaotic country with no one in charge. And
think of like they have street gangs, like I'm sure they got their version of the Bloods and the Crips and stuff. Imagine the government going out in like one state in America, like the government just being attacked, or like all the police cars and scanners and the internet go out. You imagine the Bloods and Crips, like can you imagine the people in there? Rapists just running around doing stuff, different things, like feeling like, hey, we could do anything. Like there's no government coming, there's no calling 911 probably, and somebody responding. The poor people of this country is going to be crazy for a while. And somebody, whoever's really the most vicious killer going to survive, because they're going to have to be the most vicious group, come up, maintain power, somehow take it back and like restore order and take control of the military. Like it's going to be some fucking fight. It's going to be like Africa and the Congo. Damn. Y'all smash up the likes for me, please. 300 people in here, only 40 likes. Hit the thumbs up. It spreads the likes and people just see it, the video more, please. I love talking to y'all in the cave. Like, share, subscribe, all that.
Lots of different ethnic groups and religious splinter groups fighting with each other, heavily armed. And the normal things start to break down, like food distribution and water, schools. What do you have? Well, you have what we've had in Lebanon and Syria, really every country that Israel has destabilized on purpose. You have a refugee crisis. And where do they go? Well, of course, a lot will come here, of course, but a lot will go to Europe, just as Syrians flooded into Europe 10 or 12 years ago in the aftermath of that conflict, which was, underneath it all, fomented by Israel in order to destabilize its neighbor in order to increase its own authority in the region. That's a fact. So if you think Europe's in bad shape now, oh boy, give it a year. So it's Europe, the United States, and the Gulf states. Those are the losers. And if you're trying to ascertain motive, which is hard, and you probably should pull back from that most of the time, but if you're trying to understand like why this is happening, why would you want that?
There's no liberated Iran. See, people forget that Iran had a democratic government. And the man that was in charge, I forgot his name right now, it skips me, but they killed him. Like, because Iranians wanted to control their oil and nationalize it, so like everybody get a piece of it and sell the oil to the world. And they killed him. They're like, we can't let that shit happen. He want to privatize their oil and shit and sell it to who they want, and they killed him. And then that led rise to the Ayatollah and them coming up and destroying the royal family or whatever, blah, blah, blah. That came up. Like, the U.S. didn't want Iran to have, like, these people didn't just take charge. Like, oh my God, this religious leader just came up out of nowhere. No, the United States helped them get into power. Like, it's always that way. And then now that they're not working with us and they're against us, boom, we took them out. Like, there's a possibility that this liberated Iran, let's say they come together and they vote in another person. They got a new president and a new leader. Okay, that don't mean that they want to work with us and they like us now. Like, hey, you bombed the shit out of our country multiple times over the years. You try to take certain things for us. You're not treating us fair. You took out Iraq, where y'all know they had nothing to do with 9/11. It was the people that was a part of 9/11 came from Saudi Arabia. Israel gave y'all this information and y'all did it, and they had weapons of mass destruction. Like, y'all going around the Middle East, getting to every place that have oil. Like, if two countries are fighting in the Middle East, it stops our oil production. So America feels like they have a right to come in there and put their nose in it. Like, that's why they scream death to America. As an American, you got to understand, it's like, okay, damn, these people, I get it. We've been fucking with these people for hundreds of years. Like, that's why they screaming death to America. Like people like, oh, they're liberated, so you would think like they're gonna like us all of a sudden, like most of their population. No, they still gonna be like, okay, cool, thank you for changing our government. Now what? We still don't like y'all. Leave us alone. Leave our oil alone. We still don't fuck with Israel. Like this stuff is like history repeat itself. Like it's too much information. It's like I guess in the 70s, 80s, I guess early 2000, information was still coming around computers, and into early 2000, you could still hide information. But now, like you don't even want to see it, and it's just in your face. Between Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, Twitter, like the shit's just in your face, whether you want to see it or not. Like they're lying to us. Like you see it now. Like, oh, how many of these PDF files happen and they go to Israel? Like, we have politicians that have dual citizenship that won't say America first. They're like, I'm not gonna say that. What? If you can't say America first over Israel, then you shouldn't be as a fucking representative in our Congress. Not right about the situation. Half of America would celebrate if Trump was taken out. Yeah, I'm sure. That's why the people are like, oh, the Iranian people are celebrating. The same thing they said for Venezuela, right? Oh, look, the Venezuelan people are celebrating. What political leader can get taken out and you can't find people that are celebrating? What? If Biden died right now, there'll be people out there celebrating. Stupid people. If Trump died right now, there'd be stupid people out there celebrating, because it would be stupid to any side to celebrate a death like that. So it would be stupid people doing it. Why do we spend so much time worrying about what the stupid people are doing? But look at what they do. Okay, but we're not them, right? They're stupid, right? Once you identify they're stupid, then you can't keep talking about it. Right? When the Democrats are president, the Republicans will identify, oh, that's not right. Look what they do, and they canceling this person. But as soon as the Republicans get power, they start canceling people. And they don't say, okay, look, we're not going to do this because we're better than them and morally. So, hey, look, we told y'all not to do it, right? But you see we could do it, but we're not. So, okay, let's move on. No, they go, no, fuck it. Why? They did it. Nah, hell, no. Why we got to do it? Because you're supposed to be the Christians and being Jesus-like and not doing it because you got a moral high ground. So, no, we don't say that. You panicked about Venezuela, didn't you? Who? Venezuela was messed up. That was about oil too. And then our oil companies don't want to go back there because the people don't want it. And when the people don't want it, they're going what? Rebel. You got little militia groups. They're going to attack people that work there. They're going to have crazy security.
Look at the effects. Don't look at the ideology they're telling you about or the whatever motive they're claiming they have or that you have. Shut up, Shiite. Okay. Look at the effects. The point of the system is what it does. And what does this system, what does this war do? Hurts the Gulf states. Crushes the Western Europeans. And it hurts the United States. That's the point. And if you doubt that, if you doubt that that's actually what's going on, this is a longtime Israeli politician, leader, Naftali Bennett, explaining Israel's next step. Here's where they're going next. Watch.
A new Turkish threat is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey and Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence.
Come on. Israel name their next fucking target. Turkey. They going in order. The countries are next to each other. Look at a map. Syria, Iraq, Iran, Turkey. Are you kidding me? A new Turkish threat? Everybody's a fucking threat.
Elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran. Erdogan is sophisticated, dangerous, and he seeks to encircle Israel. We can't close our eyes again.
He's sophisticated and dangerous. It's hardly an endorsement of Erdogan, the Turkish leader, hardly an endorsement of him to say when Bennett says he's dangerous, what he really means is he's sovereign. We can't tell him what to do. We don't fully control him. We can influence him, and it's clear that Israel and Turkey did have some kind of relationship in the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad in Syria last year, just a guess. But the real problem with Turkey is that it can't be controlled. So it is therefore a threat to Israel. And again, not attacking Israel. That's true. That is true. In the same sense,
Israel has to just point Trump to where they want our troops. Israel will get what they want. That's true. But you got to finish that sentence. Israel would have gotten what they want no matter who was president. Israel came to our Congress and told Biden, yo, you need to hurry up. You ain't giving us enough. So whatever party was up, they were going to give them something. We should be pissed off that they give us nothing. They won't give the American citizen anything. No tax breaks, no home breaks, no nothing. But they'll give the car companies, the banks, the airlines, who else? They will give them everything, all the foreign nations. We could literally help every American out of poverty if we didn't give money. If we literally took the budget that we give Israel every year, we took that 1 year and just gave it to Americans. Just did American shit with it. But we couldn't do that, right? That's crazy. That's impossible. What? To give to Americans? What? That's lazy. I know you work for your stuff and then we pay taxes and then we work 40, 80 hours a week, pay taxes, and then we take our little money and then we go to the grocery store to buy food and we pay taxes on that. And then we go to the store to buy clothes for our kids and the essentials when we pay taxes on that. And then if we send money to each other, we pay little fees and transactional fees on that. If we spend a debit card, we pay little transactional fees. We got a fucking big ass car note. And when we go pay the car note, if we pay online, it's $5 fee for that because it's supposed to be whatever you call that. Like it's what do you call that fee when it's fucking like, hey, a convenience fee. I couldn't get that shit out. Vote for independent. Like it don't matter. Like we need to. If you're a Democrat, stop pretending that voting for Democrats have changed something in your life. If you're a Republican, stop pretending that voting Republican has changed something in your life. Insurance. You pay insurance. Now insurance, like you can have two people insurance. You ain't have no accidents in like the last 10 years and they be like, oh, $400 a month. You're like, damn. And then you get stopped or a little traffic ticket and it's on your record for like fucking 5 years and they use that as, oh, okay, well you got a ticket. You were going 30 and a 25. So yeah, you're a high risk client. So we got to fucking charge you out the ass. That's clue, no clue. Convenience fee, yeah. Voting Republican has done way more for me than voting Democrat has. Okay. I know it feels that way. Right? The Democrats would be like, oh, under Joe Biden, oh, my rent went down, the eggs was cheaper. Oh, I was so good. And then the Republicans would be like, oh, my life was terrible under Biden. And then as soon as a Republican come into office, Trump, oh, eggs was cheaper, my rent went down, my car insurance, life was good. Oh, under Trump, man, my life was terrible, depending on which side you vote for. Yeah, the American life just get better. No, it doesn't get better. We get to talk about it. If you're a Democrat, then you feel good when a Democrat's in office. If you're a Republican, you feel good when there's a Republican in office and you get to see the president make a speech and he's from your political party. They don't fix shit in our life. And if they fix something, the opposite happens. So they make the eggs cheaper, the gas go up. They make the gas cheaper, the eggs go up. Like we do it. Sometimes they give us our bones. Every good fucking master know, like they give us a little bit, like a little bit. Like even in the toughest federal prison, they give the inmate a little bit. They give them their canteen. They give them a little snack every now and again. Otherwise, the people will go crazy. Like they let us every now and again, interest rates will go down. They'll let some people get houses. They'll let you be able to afford something, maybe a vacation with your family, and then shit just go out of hand. Like they get you on the back end. They make something cheaper, but then they make something else extremely fucking hard to get. But the billionaires are fucking making money hands over fist. Both sides have like an equal amount of billionaires. But they want you to pretend like during the presidential election, the Democrats tell you all the Republican billionaires that support them, and the Republicans tell you all the Democrat billionaires, but they don't tell you about themselves. Let me learn about yours. Okay, who are our billionaires? If I was a Democrat and they were talking, oh, the Republicans. No, fuck the Republicans. Who are our billionaires? Tell me about them. You're a Republican. Oh, the Democrats got. Oh, okay, yeah, forget about the Democrats. Who are the Republican billionaires? Let's talk about ourselves. Let's hold ourselves accountable.
That when we have hostile leaders in big countries in our hemisphere, it really bothers us. And sometimes we kill them, regime change them. And we make up this whole, no, it's really important. The people of country X need to be free. But really, we need to be unconstrained because we're a great power. That's what it is. It's important to say this.
See, that's starry, but no, it ain't always been every man for himself. They want you to, they tell you that, hey, vote your own interest. Vote your own interest. No. That's not how you're supposed to do. That's not how you have a republic. You don't just vote your own interest. You could go, damn, I want this for my interest, but I see those people over there suffering. Damn, if I change this law, it'll affect 5 million of us. But if we change that, it'll help them. It's 100 million of them. It'll help them. All right, come on, let's do that. That's what you're supposed to do as God-fearing Americans. When you say, oh, I'm Christian or whatever, you Christian and, hey, do what's best for you. Don't go in the same sentence to me. God-fearing and, hey, well, do whatever good for you and your family. If you're a Christian and they give you a fucking button, and they say, hey, if you press the button, everybody else on the planet is going to be destroyed except for America. But if you don't press the button, then everybody's just going to go out together. If you're a Christian, if you're a God-fearing man, then you ain't supposed to press the button. You're supposed to say, fuck it. Then I guess we all go into the afterlife together. All couple billion of us. Yeah, I guess we going. I'm not pressing this button. And 10 billion people die and 300 million and 350 million Americans survive. No, that's fucked up. No, yeah. Like even Nick Fuentes, like he was a big Trump supporter, but now he like, okay, cool. Like Trump, all right, he talked a big game, but he ain't doing it. I voted for Trump. I wanted immigration. I wanted deportation, but I wanted it a certain way. Like, damn, okay, like, come on, yeah, this needs to be done, but not like this. Come on, common sense. Just because I voted for you don't mean I wanted you to do something this way. Like, yeah, you said no new wars. I feel like we're going out of our fucking way to make wars. I can say that just because you voted for people don't mean like, oh, fuck, I voted for him, so now I can't say nothing against him. Oh, like Tucker, like, oh, he's a Republican. They'd be like, no, he's not a Republican. He's fuck him. Like, because he speaks out against some stupid shit that other Republicans do. Because they want you to believe that your party's the good party. Your party's the party of angels. And the other party's evil. Like, we do good. Like, we never do nothing wrong. We are perfect. It's the other people. They're evil. Don't go talk to them. They're evil. They're not like they're evil. Like they're fucking evil. Like we're the Jedi. They're the Sith. Like there's no talking to them. They're just evil. No, that's stupid. Come on.
Not to allege some sort of dark conspiracy by the Israelis, but to explain that it's not unusual at all. It's the most usual thing in the world. What's unusual is to live in a country that is so controlled, whose media environment is so precisely constructed to keep you from knowing anything that matters, from seeing the most obvious things, and that it has been constructed, it's not a conspiracy theory, over the course of many, many years.
What does that mean? A strike operation is not a war. Know the difference. So you telling me to the Persian people, to the Iranian people that's on the ground right now, it don't feel like a fucking war zone? When a foreign country, you get jets going, just going, and stuff is bombing, the military people are dying. You hear that your Ayatollah, who's like the Pope, that your leader in your country is dead, and 40 others are fucking dead too. From generals to senior officials are on down. There's massive fires. You can't go nowhere. The highways are fucking collapsed. You got airplanes, this and that. You got Navy vessels on your seas bombing you from the fucking ocean. That's not a fucking war. What are we talking about? There's a difference to us on TV watching it, sure. To them, there's a war. They're in a war zone. If any American troops jumped out of the plane and touched down on the ground, would they say, hey, we're going into the war zone? We're going into the area of operation. That's a war. It's not an asymmetrical war. This is guerrilla warfare. They're not going to come head to head, meet us in the middle and for a duel. I'm sorry, I guess. But if you want to say that, but this is a to everybody else, this is a war. That's like saying it's not a genocide in Israel. Okay, I guess. Okay, cool. But yeah, by definition, facts. I'm sure you're correct. It's about one little battle don't make a war, right? I guess there's a war is a series. So how many operations? So if there's another operation, so if we get Operation Persian Strike 2, does it count as a war then? Or is it just like, nah, it was just 5-6 different operations inside the same area? Got it. So long as no boots on the ground, no war. So we could bomb the shit out of them. It's 92 million of them. We can kill 10 million of them, but long as it's from the air, there's no war, technically, right? That's what our politicians do too. They play technical games. I don't know if Jesus is gonna see it that way, but yeah, they got the Cold War, right? Yeah, it's Cold War. It never started. That's why they got the cold, like not warmed up, not the warm war.
Years to keep you from not knowing. Barry Weiss may run CNN. Whoever thought that would happen? Okay, now, but the point of these moves is in the media, is to control the way things are described so you can't see things clearly, and to muddy the conversation with anti-Semitism, the Nazis. No, this is classic great power competition, and we just can't see it because we have been so thoroughly propagandized, we think that this is some sort of like effort to liberate somebody. It's not. But then the question becomes like, what is our role in this? So now that we know, and by the way, it's
so I had to look it up. It's not a war because the boots on the ground. You can still have a war without being boots on the ground. I had to look this up. I can't not look it up. So the difference between a conflict, right, is a fight between armed troops. So this would be a conflict, a military operations. So the only difference is a war is officially issued by the government or state. So like they say, hey, Trump could go somewhere and he could deploy the troops for 90 days or whatever without officially saying, hey, this is a war. The difference is minute, kind of like the police can detain you, but technically you're not arrested. But hey, they might put the cuffs on you and put you in the car and take you to the station, but you're detained. And then after a certain amount of time, they either let you go or they continue. So by all means, this is a damn war. It's just that the president has a certain amount of days before he has to say, hey, they getting arrested, right? Hey, we're at war. And then now you get a bunch of other stuff that has to happen and other things. So it's only not a war because Congress has not issued, hey, we're at war with this country. That's why it's not a war. Exactly. War hasn't been passed by Congress. So saying that, hey, it's one operation is not correct. It's not truthful because it could be one operation. Congress could say, hey, we at war with Iran, and they might do one operation and say boom, 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 boom. We did one operation over the last 72 hours, and now the government is completely wiped out. We were still at war. It was still a 3-day war, right? They got a 12-day war, 6-day. It'd just be like a 3-day war. I just want to correct that. So it's not just because of the operation. It's because Congress. That's the difference.
Perilous that we know. And one of the reasons I almost didn't do this, not that I'm like saying anything that isn't obvious, it's all very obvious, but to say it out loud does not make things more stable. In other words, once you have a war going on and everybody knows that it's not being waged on behalf of the people who are dying in it or the families they leave behind, then, things don't get more stable. So, and no one wants to add to the present instability, but I just think it's important to know the truth and to know.
No, the difference is SWAT kick down your door and zip ties your family versus getting a parking ticket. Scales would matter. Sure, that's a big scale, but those are all law enforcement operations, right? The SWAT and the parking tickets all fall under law enforcement operations. It all falls under war. But I get what you're saying. Tomatoes. People are dying on the ground. I don't think there's a difference to the Iranians on the ground between the operation and the war. To them, there's no difference. That's it.
What our leaders have planned, because, as you already know, they lie and they have no scruples at all. And there are very few people in Washington who have fewer scruples than Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. I hate to say that. Know him well. But this clip from a Sunday show, which apparently still exists, yesterday, really tells you a lot about how they're thinking and about where they'd like to take us next. So this is Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas yesterday.
Good morning, Margaret.
The President of the United States warned the American public that there could be casualties, American casualties. Does that mean the U.S. is putting boots on the ground?
No, Margaret. The President has been clear that what we should expect to see is an extended air and naval campaign that's designed not only to continue to set back Iran's nuclear ambitions, but most importantly, to destroy its vast missile arsenal. Many more missiles than the United States and Israel have air defenses combined, as well as the missile launchers and its missile manufacturing capability. Now, obviously, one risk of that kind of campaign is that an aircraft could be shot down and the President would never leave a pilot behind. So no doubt we have combat search and rescue assets in the region that are prepared to go in and extract any downed pilot. But barring that kind of unusual circumstance, Margaret, the President has no plan for any kind of large-scale ground force inside of Iran.
The President has no plan for any sort of large-scale ground force in Iran. Oh, really? So a small-scale ground force. Is that what you're saying? Well, that is what he's saying. And the Secretary of War was just interviewed moments ago and pressed on this a little bit, and he said it's possible. Because, of course, it's possible. And by the way, you shouldn't even attack people for telling the truth ever. You should attack people who try to prevent you from telling the truth. And what Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just said is, of course, obviously true and was always true. There's not one person who understands a situation like this, kinetic war, who thinks that you can affect regime change from the air. No one's ever thought that. No one thinks that now. If you're sincere about changing the leadership of a country, it by definition requires you to get in there. Of course, not you, but some young guy, some younger man who's fighting for freedom to get in there and risk his life to do it. You need troops, ground troops, boots on the ground, or whatever dumb euphemism they're using for putting young Americans in the path of potential death. And so, of course, that's always been the plan. And shame on the rest of us for not just saying that out loud. Shame on the rest of us for being so cowed by their relentless incantations, whatever they are. No ground troops. The point is not regime change. It's to stop their nuclear program. Some of us understood. Charlie Kirk understood back in June. That was a lie. The point wasn't Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Yeah, nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Why does Israel have a nuclear weapon? Why does France have a nuclear weapon? Nobody wants nuclear weapons, okay? Nobody thinks that Iran should have a nuclear weapon outside of Iran. But no honest person believed in June
Not even Iran. They said multiple times, like, yo, we don't want a fucking nuclear weapon.
No, those people have been vindicated that this was about stopping them from getting a nuclear weapon. It was regime change, and regime change requires ground troops. And therefore, if you're serious about it, you're going to get ground troops. The only group left out of this calculation was the American public, who probably had no idea and probably still don't have any idea that that would even be a remote consideration given everything that's going on in this country right now and given the tiny percentage, relatively speaking, of Americans who wanted this, who voted for it, who support it. The leaders of both parties.
Less than 20% of Americans agree with this war. So that means most of you God-fearing people in this comment section, most of you, 200 and some of you, most of you don't want it. I want to say damn near all of you, but it's some people just lie on those fucking things. Most of you don't want it. Don't want this war. Don't want to see kids die. Don't want to pretend like this is going to do something like a war ever. What country have we been to war with or been to war for and it fucking worked out?
Support it. Chuck Schumer supports it more fervently than Trump. MSNBC just did a long segment on this, which I watched, about this war, and it's the fault of the Gulf states. I mean, it's the Gulf states. Yeah, it's Qatar again. Barely even mentioned Israel. They're all on the same page. They're all neocons. When it comes right down to it, they all support this. But the public doesn't support it, and it's terrible for the United States. And by the way, if you think it's a good idea for the U.S. to get out of the Middle East, which it might be, by the way, that's not a crazy desire. This is not the way to do it. Humiliated with American dead, that's not the way to get out of the Middle East. But that's how Israel wants us out of the Middle East. You won't come back. They can pivot to their new partner, China. And Israel can provide the tech. They will even up the match against the Chinese tech that Pakistan used in their last confrontation, scared China. They realized we need better tech. China's like, oh yeah, we've got the better tech. So it's a natural alliance, and there are other reasons it's a natural alliance. But Israel's moving on to India, and the United States is, if Israel gets its way, going to be humiliated and weaker, mourning its dead, and very resistant to getting involved in Middle East politics ever again. You want to annihilate every last child in Gaza? Go ahead. You want to kick the Palestinians, the Christians, out of the West Bank and fill it full of people from Brooklyn? Go ahead. We're not going to do anything about it.
Crazy.
That's the goal right there. So along the way to that happening, Americans are going to die. The Department of War has confirmed that there are 4 Americans who've died. That's what they've said. They have not done their normal briefings. They haven't told us any information as of Monday afternoon, which is what it is right now. They have not told us more. But it's pretty clear that tragically more have died. And I think that's upsetting to people in the administration. I don't think that they make these decisions lightly. And I think a lot of the commanders who sent those young men into this war had ambivalent feelings about it. I mean, they did for sure. So it's not attacking anyone who gave the order, because, again, they're employees giving orders. But the people who advocated for this, their attitudes about the death of young Americans, really the best Americans that we have, on behalf of a foreign power that really has contempt for us. Is there any other world leader who has more contempt for the United States than Benjamin Netanyahu? No. There just isn't. It's pure contempt for the United States. And these people died for him? If you're commenting on this, if you're trying to understand it from afar, you've got to grieve over that. It's so unfair. It's so wrong. And yet the people who've advocated for this don't seem to care at all. Here is someone who's been advocating for a war against Iran. I'm not going to go to motive and accuse him of being paid to advocate for it. Be interesting to know. But Frank Gaffney, who's been around Washington forever, and nonprofits and think tanks. There's no place on the planet where less thinking takes place than in a think tank. But they're basically lobbying organizations with tax-exempt status, and he has been lobbying for a war with Iran, well, I don't know, since I started shaving probably. But here he is yesterday on the possibility of Americans dying.
This isn't going to be over tomorrow. I pray it will be, but I don't think we should expect that. Will we take more casualties? I mourn the loss of 3 American servicemen as much as anybody. But this is essentially cost-free to us at this point. Will there be more losses? You saw Rabbi Walicki talking about them in Israel. Of course there will.
Yo, they just say that shit. Like, yeah, like, we're just going to attack the enemy and take them out. Like, will 700,000 children die? Yes, but that's the price we pay for it. It just has to like, these people are fucking sick. Like, they trade souls like there's a reboot van. Like, this ain't Rebirth Island, motherfucker. Like, you don't come back from this.
We'd be operating on any basis other than this is likely to be a slog, a hard slog. But the fight is incalculably important, because if we do, in fact, render a decisive defeat of Sharia supremacism in Iran, it will help us with all of the other places.
So I want to put that up there, not because Frank Gaffney is the worst person in Washington or because that's the most insane thing anyone said in the last 24 hours, but because it's so perfectly representative. So first, there's the sort of pro forma nod to we're mourning, we're praying, I mourn for the deaths. When in fact, what you're seeing in America right now from people like Frank Gaffney is a total disrespect for death, a refusal to be reverent in the face of death, which is always and everywhere a sign of a refusal to be reverent in the face of life. If you can't appreciate death, if you don't bow before it in silence, knowing that you don't fully understand what it is, but that it's bigger than you, if you refuse to do that and instead, I'm so glad he's dead, no matter who it is, if another human being has died and you don't pause and acknowledge that you didn't create that life because you can't, because you're not God, and that there is something mysterious about death, something bigger than you. If you don't, you are dangerous. Even
Facts, Tucker, spit it.
Animals do that. You ever bring your dog to the vet and the dog doesn't want to go in? Why? Because the dog can smell death. And the dog is afraid of death. The dog is in awe of death, as we should all be. But almost no one in Washington feels that way about death. Just cremate him and throw him away like he never existed. Functional countries mourn their dead. They bury them and they visit them. Why? Because functional countries understand that they're not in charge of life because they don't have that power. And people who forget that are seized by something called hubris, which is always the beginning of the end for people and civilizations.
Down goes Rome.
And so, so 3 died. We mourn we're saying prayers. Really? What kind of prayers? Have you said a prayer? Do you know their names? Oh, their names aren't public. That might get us thinking about it too much. But despite, or maybe because of, and you just heard Gaffney say this, not being mean, not being unfair, he said this is essentially cost-free for us. Really? 3 Americans just died for Bibi in a war that nobody wants, in a war designed to hurt the United States, and that's cost-free? And it's a lot more than 3. And I say that with real sadness. It's that attitude that got us here. But it won't stay that way. It's already changing. The thing that people need to remember is that war accelerates trends in progress. Nothing accelerates change like violence. And that's true for big, broad social changes, women in the workforce, that happened after World War II, integration after World War II. I mean, good and bad, right? But things change fast once people start dying. Not just because of demographic changes, because a lot of people die and you need others to move into their jobs and they're abroad, so the women... No, it's more than that. A different spirit descends on a society in war, and lots of things happen. People become way less free. That's the greatest lie of all, embedded in neocon theology. We're killing these people so we can be free. Oh, right, no. Find a war in which people in the homeland became more free. Oh, no, it's always the opposite.
Exactly.
The second Britain went to war, what did the British government do? Interned their opposition, their domestic opposition, with their families, with their wives, for the duration of the war, for years. That was in Britain, which was, at least we thought, a pretty free country. They gave us the Magna Carta. Yeah. So no, countries don't become more free. They become much less free during war. A spirit of violence.
That's what I mean by you people talking about free Iran, yeah, the people. So they took out the leadership, the government that was there. You think that somehow the nicest person on the block is about to rise to the top? They about to fucking fight it out. And unless we're going to put boots on the ground, what we going to do? But watch them fight it out and maybe a more ruthless person takes office? Shit crazy.
Ends. And people change fast, and calculations change. Political calculations change really fast. Social trends change really fast, and people's attitudes change. And part of it is not political or temporal. It's spiritual. You can feel on people the bloodlust, the hate, and it accelerates. And that explains what you're watching right now, which is the rage of the neocons, which doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. They've been advocating for years that the U.S. government, on behalf of Israel, kill the Ayatollah Khomeini. They've been saying that for years. I've been in this 35 years, and I've heard that every single year. They got it yesterday. Khomeini got killed. Okay, you got what you wanted. It's Christmas morning. You just opened the present. Why are you mad? They're angrier than ever. This is the key to their psychology, and it's a spiritual principle. Bloodlust is never sated, just like any other kind of lust. It's never sated. Nothing is ever enough. You taste it on your tongue and you want more. It's like eating candy. It doesn't satisfy you. You're always hungrier for more.
We can't keep letting these politicians talk about some shit for freedom. Or we did this for freedom. We attacked these for freedom. Or we attacked them because they have weapons of mass destruction. Or it's the same fucking story every time. They figure out a country that have oil or have something they want, whether it's oil, natural gases, whether it's rocks and other minerals. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, us as American, like, I get it. You don't care about what's happening because you're working 9 to 5. You go to work, you come home, and you don't give a fuck. You just want to vote for whoever your political party is and hope and pray to God that they do something good. No. Come here. That's why we had a cave. So we all come together. It'll grow, and we're going to grow, and then, fuck it, the good people come here. Like, Mr. Beast, if he's really a good person, he could go run for fucking president of the United States, and we have Mr. Beast as president, and he spent 4 years just helping people across America, and we watch it on live. Like, why can't we do that? Like, we got these old politicians letting us say, oh, this ain't possible. This ain't possible. Like, they're in their 70, 80, 90s. Telling us in our 20s, 30s, 40s, hey, what's possible? No, you sit down. We got SpaceX and Tesla and all this AI bots, and we're trying to go for the fucking moon and have settlements on Mars and go for a vacation on Saturn and shit. Like, we need to be together. Like, nobody should be hungry. We should have automated fucking planting shit that just like are on AI and then robots working it so that people are coming up with ideas and we're all poets and thinking and great thinkers and Socrates and all these other people making new forms of music and making new medicines and living longer and taking our average age of humanities up to fucking 150 years and people living more prosperous and curing diseases and AIDS and cancer. No, we ain't worried about that. We worry about fucking gold and religious doctrines. Like, we don't need politicians. We need it was supposed to be the average American. Like the forefathers, like they would be business owners, land owners, whatever, businessmen, and then every once in a while they went to Congress and they represented certain things and they left. Now these people, the only job they had is being a senator or a congressman, and then they do that for 4 years, and then all of a sudden, hey, this is my son or my daughter. I'm retiring for Congress, but he's gonna take my spot. Like, what? Like, you crazy? Like, you can have a life in America where you might have had the same senator since you were fucking 5 years old. That's crazy, and they making deals and backdooring each other and doing this and that, and it's like, come on, we're Americans. Like, we expect you to get your money. Like, watch movies. Like, we expect you to get your money. But don't do us completely wrong. It's like drug dealers or whoever. Like, we expect you to go get your money, but eventually you're supposed to put it away, and otherwise you die or go to jail. And we're like, oh, see what happened? Like, we like movies like The Punisher. Like, oh, somebody did something to your family, so you're going to go kill them and find them? Cool. But if The Punisher started just killing random civilians on his way to get revenge, we'll be like, yo, hold on. That's too much. Like, we get it. They killed your family. You're supposed to kill them. Like, now you just killing innocent people? Like, stop. That's what Israel is doing. Like, hey, yeah, you want Hamas? Cool. Okay, but now we just bombing fucking whole countries and killing 20, 30,000 kids. Like, what? Like, we still talking about something you have the right to defend yourself? Like, what? Are we cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? I don't care if you're on the left or the right. Are you you have common sense? And we let our politicians think like we're not smart enough to be doing this, right? Hey, we're not smart enough to be talking about this. You need a business degree and be a physicist to talk about this. No, you need to be a human with common sense. Come on.
And killing is the same. Always. But there's a specific psychology at work here. And it's a graceless, anti-human psychology that has no room for forgiveness or good sportsmanship or decency. The second people like this win, they want to kill the people they've vanquished. So imagine this were, I don't know, a tennis match. And you win. If you're a sort of normal Western person, you walk up to the net and you say, good game. Trying to display what your father beat into your head as a child, which is good sportsmanship, which is grace in victory. Don't lord it over them. Don't hurt them. You already won. Be graceful. What you see in the advocates of this war, in the neocons, is the opposite. You beat someone in a tennis match, you leap across the net and beat them to death with your racket. That's what you're seeing now. And so you're seeing this crazed, hysterical, in fact, effort to purge anyone in the conservative movement or MAGA, whatever those are, to purge anyone who had any doubt about the wisdom of this war. And not just to purge them, but to discredit them. You're an Islamist. A lot of these people are like sincere Christians, right? Who opposed on religious grounds. You're an Islamist. You're taking money. And of course, it's all projection. You accuse people of what you're actually doing yourself, of course. But it's more than that. It's bloodlust. They shouldn't just be silenced and deplatformed and prevented from speaking at this or that conference or from having a podcast, but they should be interned. They should be arrested. How long before they should be killed? Not long. That's how quickly these things are moving. Because a spirit has been unleashed. And violence does this every time. A spirit of violence and hate has been unleashed.
And then they get away with it by saying, oh, well, it was the people on the left. Oh, it was the people on the right. Like, they would start killing people, and they would have us sitting here arguing about it. But come on, guys. They'd be like, oh, yeah, come on. But he touched the agent. Stuff like that. Like, okay, cool, he touched the agent. But should that fucking mean he died? Like, they will have us sitting here justifying it. Oh, he put his knee on the person's neck for 8 minutes. Okay, yeah, but the person was a known criminal and probably was doing something bad. Okay, but let's talk about what happened. Let's stop talking about the person and their background. Let's just say, did something wrong happen to this person? I don't care what they were protesting. I don't care about their past history, what they believe in, how much money they got. Fair is fair, right is right, and wrong is wrong. It doesn't take much, but we act like we don't know that. We act like we wasn't told if you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. No, people are like, no, I could talk. It's my right to talk. So, okay, you fucking forgot the basics of humanity, of being an American, of being a morally competent, good person. Right? We forgot sticks and stones won't break my bones, right? Sticks and stones don't break my bones, or sticks and stones break my bones. Damn, I'm fucking it up. I'm thinking because the shit done flipped. Like, now people will, like, it's the words that get you canceled, but people will fuck each other up and go to war and bomb each other, but you can't say nothing. Like, Israel can kill people. It's no longer sticks and stones to break my bones. It's sticks and stones don't break my bones. But those words hurt me like a motherfucker. Don't hit me with those words. Like, hey, Israel can bomb people, but if you say something about them, you're anti-Semitic. Like, what? Like they play with us, and we just sit here and argue with each other and call each other stupid while they sit there on their jet. Like they're gonna let us up into their inner circle.
My personal advice, having thought a lot about this, is don't feed it. This is demonic influence, clearly. This is not rational, of course. Why would you be angrier when you win? Why would you be madder when you got what you wanted? That tells you this is not in the realm of normal human desire. You wouldn't be.
But like Tucker says, Jonathan, like Tucker and Nick Flint says, Trump is no longer on the agenda that he set out. Right? If we could call it out when Biden's not on the agenda and we like, whoa, what is it with this trans stuff and men and women and a man could be a man and a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man, like blah, 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 nothing special. Like, okay, come on, this is too much. The same way we got to be real with Trump. Like, okay, we voted you in because you said America first. You said no more wars. Biden was giving everything to Israel. Then we had the Ukraine war. Like, we ain't want no more wars. Now we got all those wars on steroids and new wars. And we fucking, like, told our allies, like, yo, shut up, Greenland. Shut up, Canada, before we come for you, too. Like, people that we used to be tight with. So Tucker ain't on board with Trump's agenda. Like, it's not our agenda anymore. I don't know what happened to Trump. He said all this stuff, but this is Israel's agenda. It's not America first. This has nothing to do with America, what we're doing. This is going to hurt America. And it's going to hurt the people of Iran because there ain't shit going to, like, how long are they going to be without a government now? A year, 2 years, 3 years? All these terror organizations that Iran was supporting, like, they're going to come back now and take over?
These people evil itself feeds on hate. They project hate, but they also intend, consciously or not, to inspire hate because hate makes them stronger. And this happens not just in this country, not just in 2026, it happens every single time. War brings people like that to the fore, and it makes them more powerful. And that's why you're seeing, as you have for the last several years, an increase in true radicalism in this country. And by radicalism, I mean we hate these people because of how they were born and we want to hurt them or kill them. That's, I think, all would agree, actual radicalism. That's not, hey, what happened to the USS Liberty? That's not radicalism.
Go ask them, Richard. How the hell did somebody free them? You destroyed their government. So you free them. What about all the local gangs? And like, there's no law and order in the country no more. What are you talking about, Richard? They freed them by bombing them? They bombed them because Israel wanted them to bomb them. They wasn't about the people. They're not freeing nobody. They didn't go save those people and put in a new government and protect them. And what are you talking about? Those people are fighting for their life right now. 92 million of them are fucking like, oh my God, what is going to happen to us? There's no government. There's nobody to restrict stealing. And where's the food coming from? And what about schooling for the kids? What about shelters? What about importing, exporting? The government's running around like a chicken, literally with their head cut off. Like, there's nobody in charge. They can't call their local congressman, their senator. They woke up. It was the middle of the night or whatever. I think it was early morning for them. And their fucking life was turned upside down. They didn't go to work. They ain't going to job. They sitting there panicking. Car alarms going off, smoke, water. If the water ain't working, if a pipe busts, who you gonna call? Everything is going into shit. People are looting and rioting. We see that in America, and we got the police. You still got Black Lives Matter, January 6th happening. Like, we could barely do it. So what do you think is happening now? Can you imagine a bunch of fucking Proud Boys and Black Lives Matter people, like, but the Iranian version in the middle of the street now, the Bloods and Crips, the Persian version over there running amok the communities and stealing and robbing. Like, are you crazy? They're not in a better situation. Did we ask them? You saying go ask them. Do you think our politicians went and asked the 92 million of them, hey, we're going to bomb your leader tomorrow. Hey, do you guys want to be free? Like, why do you just listen to them? That's the problem. They tell you something like, oh, the Iranian people like it. Yeah, they want to be free. So if President Trump was to get murdered and then some people go on X to be stupid, some libtard, right, like I call them, and go on X and post, oh, good thing President Trump got assassinated. Yeah, God is good. We're going to say, oh, obviously they wanted it. Look, there's a couple thousand people saying how good it was. It must be nice. Hey, you asked the Americans about Trump death? Who cares if it's sad? Why the fuck you gotta ask somebody? Come on, man. I'm getting a little, never mind. See, comments like that. The government, because the government said they wanted to be free. They wanted to be free, huh? So us Americans complaining about our government, whenever we complain about our government, hey, the Republicans aren't doing this. Hey, the Democrats aren't doing that. We want a foreign nation to come in and bomb and level the fuck out of Washington. That's what we want, right? Because we're complaining about it. So, come on. It's never worked. It's literally never worked. What country have we bombed, Richard, and changed their government that has worked out for the people? That they say, hey, you know what, America, thanks for coming in here and doing this. Go ahead. You have examples during history. What nation have we bombed and taken out their leaders that it turned out great for the people? Tell me.
That's like an honest question. And the answer, of course, is Israel targeted it on purpose because we were in their way, just like they're doing now. That's not radicalism. Radicalism is, hey, let's kill people who we don't like.
My point is, you're going to find when Martin Luther King died, I'm sure there was some people celebrating. When Charlie Kirk died, there was people, we seen people, stupid people celebrating, right? I'm sure when Nelson Mandela died, there was people celebrating. My point is, if Barack Obama died, there would be people celebrating. There would be people with common sense that like, okay, come on, I ain't vote for the guy. I didn't like his politics, but damn, a man lost his life. But there will be hundreds of people, thousands of people on social media that we can find saying, oh, we're glad he's dead. Does that mean that it's right? So I'm sure that there's Iranians there sitting there that are dancing, I'm sure. But out of 92 million, you think that it was what, out of 92 million of them? What, you think it was 20 million people dancing in the street? Or do you think there was fucking 90-something million people like, holy shit, what are we going to do? Oh my God. See, Douglas, you can say I'm ignorant on foreign policy, but I was also that Marine Corps intelligence analyst. I was also that analyst in Bahrain where they're striking right now. I was there before. I was doing briefings on the Middle East as well as North Korea. Like, so you can say ignorant and you don't know foreign policy. I've been in the fucking Middle East. I've been to Jordan. I've swum in the waters. Like, I've been there with the Marine Corps. Like, I'm thinking of myself if I was there, not knowing what the hell is going on. You're ignorant on foreign policy. What are you talking about? When has bombing which foreign policy am I ignorant? Tell me the situation. Iraq, Saddam Hussein, did that work out when we took him and they hung him? You seen people dancing. They were dancing in the street when they took Saddam, and they were dancing and protesting, and they took down his statue. Woo, there's like 200 of them out there. Now where the fucking country is at? Where's the country at? Huh? Our government go down. I'm sure we're going to have fucking Bloods and Crips and Hells Angels and Mongols in the middle of the street saying, it's anarchy, whoa! Does that mean it's good? What are we talking about? Don't let the media trick you just because you find a bunch. You know that there's idiots in America, right? So imagine that you've seen the idiots dancing. I'm sure you do it all the time. Look at those idiots. Oh, yeah, they just stupid.
And you're seeing a massive increase in that in this country, in Israel, Would Ben Gvir or Smotrich, would they even have been conceivable 20 years ago? Of course not. No one like that had power in Israel 20 years ago. I was there. It was nothing like that. Well, it's nothing like it was because war has unleashed this and it's empowered people like that. We have figures like that in this country, several of them who have actual power. Not in government yet, thank heaven, but certainly on its periphery and certainly influencing government. Yes, they do. More power than ever. And it's also true, by the way, in Iran.
What was made up, Michael? And you said that tells a lot about our U.S. military laughing my fucking ass. That's fine. Whatever you saying, that tells a lot about you, that you're sitting here justifying us just bombing the shit out of nations because they scream death to America. I'm sure you call yourself a Christian too. But whatever.
And one of the reasons this is going to be difficult to get out of is because this war has already, a day and a half in, radicalized the leadership, to the extent it still exists, in Iran. Oh, but weren't they so radical already? Yeah, some were. Some weren't. A huge country. Lots of divisions and differences within it. Very complicated country. Anyone who tries to learn anything about Iran or deals with Iranians will tell you, if he's being honest, complicated, hard to understand. So yeah, there were radical factions and there were less radical factions. And now, of course, maybe you could have predicted this if you're planning to kill the Pope of Shia Islam. The radical elements are more powerful than they were because the gates of hell have been opened. That's the truth. And the people who did this knew they would be. And so in a moment like this, chaos and violence being its hallmarks, in a moment like this, only the worst people benefit. And that's true of every conflict like this, every single time. If chaos breaks out any place, what's the first effect? The police, the military, they'll melt away. There's no civil authority. There's no legitimate authority. Who's in charge?
See, look, the people that are trying to divide, you have people in the comment section that's trying to divide us in the cave, but we won't. You can leave your fucking Republican bullshit or your Democratic bullshit at the door. We're here being good people, being empathetic people. It's a fucking war happening. It is not a good thing. Even like he just called him the Shiite Pope. Just because they wanted a new government don't mean that they wanted their version of the Pope, the Muslim Pope, to come in and be fucking decapitated, to have their country bombed, like by Americans. Like, oh, we're over here. Like, oh, our politicians, like we argue about our politicians and the shit they do for us. But yet when they do something on a foreign land, we're just like, oh, they must be right. Like, yeah. They're not helping us. In America, they fucking pissing us off and they're corrupt and they're backstabbers and they don't do anything we want. But, oh, they must be right. They say that Iranian people want to be free. So, hey, they must be right? Because they're jumping to help us. Absolutely, America is more divided than recent history. But look, out of respect, because we got people like you, though, that come in here like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I make a simple statement. America or no other nation you ever knew has effectively changed a regime, changed the government from bombing a nation and then leaving them to fend for themselves. No, it hasn't happened. So how am I wrong by saying that? Just tell me that so we can come together as people. There has to be a middle ground. No, neither side want us to come together like, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, you can't get that? What is it, one old man? See how you only comment on the thing that fits your propaganda? I don't know what that means. My Iranian neighbor is happy and wants to go home. What does that mean? We talking about right is right and wrong is wrong. There's 92 million of them. Let's say you had 1,000 of them that's happy. Okay, but it's wrong. Who get to choose? So if they do a poll today and 51% of Americans aren't disapprove what Trump do, then China and Russia should send their jets over here to fucking crush our government because 51% of them don't like? No, you vote them out. There's a process. Iran had a democratically elected leader before, but the U.S. and the U.K. took him the fuck out because they wanted their oil. They wanted to privatize their oil and nationalize their oil and really like sell who they want to sell to. We said no. What the fuck you mean you ain't selling us your oil? No, they took them out. So okay, yeah, you had your. So my point is, if any American leader, right? If somebody on the right dies, you're gonna have somebody on the left that's retarded that's praising their death. If somebody on the left die, you're gonna have somebody on the right that's praising their death, and they're all gonna be dummies. Does that make it right? We have laws and stuff. Even if you know your neighbor's a serial killer, you just can't call the police and like, yo, go get him. He's a serial killer. What do you mean? Everybody on the block know he's a serial killer. Go arrest him. They're gonna be like, yo, that's not how it works. We have laws and regulations. Send us some proof. Videotape him. Send us some evidence. You know somebody he took? We're gonna go question him. There's laws and shit. You just can't go to a sovereign nation and be like, yo, you know what? We don't really like your government, Venezuela, so we're going to take y'all out. Boom. Okay, the people free. Yay, the people free. So we just go to any country and if we don't like their government, then we just say, boom, that we're going to free the people. Then how long does somebody to Russia or China come and fucking free us? Because we complaining around here. We got ICE fighting people. We got people storming the Capitol. I guess a country need to come over here and save America. Free the Americans. Free the Americans. They're being corrupted by the Republicans and the Democrats. Free Americans. They want to be free. Hey, yes, we helped with the UN and we were the balls behind NATO. Like, hey, we had this police. Hitler did something and we came together, United Nations, and we're never gonna let it happen again. And then Israel come and like start just doing shit, and we like, yo, fuck the UN. We don't care about nothing. We rolling with our brother Israel. We don't care nothing about nobody else, no other allies. Fuck all y'all. We dying and riding with Israel. What? Like, come on. Both sides are lying. The people here, you're still here because you're a fucking common sense person. If you having a conversation with somebody and they start off those damn Republicans or those damn Democrats, stop talking. Like, I just zone out. Like, if you're not, every conversation should start off with these damn politicians. And then you could talk to them. Otherwise, what are you saying? You're just putting us against each other. And we know it's not true.
Drunk 15-year-olds with automatic weapons. They're in charge. They make all the life or death decisions. That happens in governments as well as intersections. That's just a constant fact. That's why you build civilization, is to protect the weak and to make sure that drunk 15-year-olds with automatic weapons don't have all the power. That's the whole point of it. But now they do, once again. So how do we respond to this? Because this is only 36 hours in, and because you don't want to make things sound worse than they really are, we could go through all the many, many risks, some of which are becoming even clearer than they were. Don't want to go through them all. But clearly, the United States is not going to benefit from staying longer in Iran. And sorry, Tom Cotton, putting troops on the ground, boots on the ground, whatever you call it, committing young American men to go die in Iran is not in our interest at all. And it would cause not simply heartbreak in the families of those killed, but it would cause potentially real turmoil here domestically and render already fragile social fabric. So where do you go from here? Well, get out right away. It's just that simple. Of course, it's also incredibly complicated.
I think Israel has something on both sides with the Epstein file, something. Patriot, man. And we used what? During the 12-day war defending Israel, we used up like 80% of our interceptor missiles. Yeah, of course. They playing the strong card. They going back to the fucking like Vikings, like, hey, we're the biggest, baddest. We're gonna fucking conquer the world. What are you gonna do to stop us? Who can stop us? But when China take Taiwan, and then Americans don't realize how much of our products we get from other places. Like, we used to sanction this country. If Russia and China got together with a couple other nations and just put sanctions on Americans, our goods, and the fucking iPhone, we couldn't get the newest iPhone and the new computer and the PlayStation and the Xbox go fucking sky high, $2,000 because they can't get the little rocks and the minerals to make different CPU and the RAMs and shit. Like, there's already a shortage in the tech world. Like, if China took Taiwan and Russia just took Ukraine, said, fuck it, you know what? The U.S. is fighting multiple wars. They ain't got the money. They arguing internally. Tomorrow, you strike Ukraine with everything you got. We're going to strike Taiwan. It's going to be a fucking Asia-Europe connection. Like, we're going to strike them at the same time. The biggest, baddest thing. Boom. There would be hell to pay for us. Like, the time of America, we're just so big and strong and every nation has to bow to us. It's going away. Like, they purposely see this shit. Like, nobody wants the American imperialism. Then you have stupid Americans like, yeah, bring our democracy. Like, we barely have democracy. How the fuck we spreading something? Like, take care of your own house first. What happened to that saying? Our shit smell like shit. Like, our flower beds smell like shit, but we talking about the other people, daisies and roses.
But the first step is deciding that we're leaving. No, it's only been less than 2 days, but it's pretty clear that we're not going to gain anything more. And how do we know that? Because no one has explained what we're there to gain.
It's not about conquering the world to us. We get it, Amber. But it's about, well, actually, if you're talking about from the Israeli side, it literally is. They believe that the Middle East is theirs, that what they were promised in the Torah and the Bible. Like, they believe that land, that area is theirs, them like given to them by God. So that is about that. So, but whatever. And I ain't talking about literally take over the world. I'm talking about, hey, you're going to do whatever I say do because we're big and we're bad. It's not about democracy and oh my God, look at those poor people over there. Oh my God, it breaks my heart that person, look at this evil dictator. Oh, he's just whooping them and taking their last. Oh, they're starving. We need to do something. Oh, we just can't sit here and just any longer. Our heart is breaking. Our Christian heart is breaking for them. Oh my God. No. It's, oh, they got some oil? They're not selling it to us? They're trying to keep it away for themselves? And like, no. Fuck that. Tell them we need those oil, that gold, that rocks, all of it. Tell them we have it by Thursday or we coming to deliver some fucking freedom. Go ahead. And if you think it's anything but that, then you crazy. You part of the problem. Now you can say, oh, I don't care. They're rich and they got billionaires. We can't stop them. I respect you saying that. But to say like it's about freedom and Trump or Biden is freeing the people, that's what it is. You're just a commie fascist that don't love America. Then you're retarded. And you're the reason why America is going the way it is. And get out of the cave because we don't want you here. If you can't have a middle ground, then get out.
No one has described the mission. Ask anybody, what's the point of it? How do we know we've won? And some of us spent 20 years asking, what are we doing in Afghanistan? Shut up. Are you pro-Taliban? No. But I would like to know when we've won. Sorry, you can't know that. It's classified. Okay. But now is the time to be totally honest. We're not going to get anything more than we've already gotten, assuming we've gotten anything by staying. And the longer we stay, the greater the risk. What are the risks? Oh, well, here are just two that you should be paying attention to. One is that Israel gets really hurt. And in case you think this is a long video attacking Israel for Nazi reasons or anti-Semitic reasons, it's not. It's merely an effort to try and think through what's good for the United States. But also, as someone who wishes Israel no harm, to think through clearly what's going to be terrible for Israel. And one thing that would be terrible for Israel is getting hit with a hypersonic missile, which, as of right now, Iran has not yet fired. And they may never. But let's say they did. What would Israel, which is a country the size of Maryland, how would it respond? How could it respond? Well, it might respond with nuclear weapons, which it has and which it has threatened to use before.
Yo, if Israel threatens to use a nuclear weapon, how many fucking people will justify it and say, well, Iran fired at them, so yeah, I mean, Israel has a right to defend itself even with the nuke. How many people are going to fucking say that? That will be crazy that the Jewish people go from a loving, caring people that survived the Holocaust and no pain and no, it's like to come from nothing to have a state that is a terrorist state in the Middle East would be fucking crazy. Like that, and then I don't even think it'd be in the history books because they wouldn't let it.
And which is, it has implied it might use many times. One of the reasons that you can't let Israel go alone is they imply like, hey, don't make us go crazy and do something wild. And that would include the use of nuclear weapons. I'm not saying it's going to happen, God forbid, but it could. And if Israel was legitimately threatened, not performatively threatened, but actually threatened, like with a hypersonic missile into downtown Jerusalem, then, yeah, it might. And in that case, who knows? Because nuclear weapons have not been used since August of 1945, but a number of countries have them, including Pakistan and possibly others. And so it could get there. And you'd hate to be in a spot where you were relying once again, as we did in June, on Iranian restraint, relying on the Iranians to, call your air base in Qatar before hitting it and giving you a warning. You hate to say that, but if you find yourself in a place where you're relying on the restraint of a country you have described as morally diseased, a terrorist nation, a Nazi country, as they're telling you on Fox, if you're relying on their reasonable behavior, you may have exposed yourself a little bit. So if this continues, you could see potentially things going really crazy. And of course, the craziest of all would be a nuclear exchange. And that could happen. That's not off the table. Ask anybody who's dealing with this or thinking about it. Doesn't mean it's going to, again, God forbid, but it could. And the possibility, even then it could, is terrifying. That's number one. Number two is Aqsa Mosque.
See, I think you got to do your research, Noise. It wasn't Iran that sabotaged that peace between Saudi and Israel. All that peace talk. It was Israel, actually. Enlisted, I will. If Barron enlisted, I will support Trump. These rich people ain't about to send their fucking kids off. Neither one of them are freedom. Trump or Biden, neither one of them are for freedom. They were for self-gain, self-interest. What happened to Gaza is disgusting. Absolutely. In the chat, Israel in the house. Israel in the house. That's crazy. I don't care what side you on. This is ridiculous at this point. Even the people that's like, okay, Israel has a right to defend itself. It don't have to, like, this is a fucking genocide. What's stupid is that in the definition of a genocide, in it, the country or the people that's doing it basically have to say, hey, this is a genocide. They have to basically call it a genocide in order for it to be a genocide. Otherwise, it's not. That's stupid. You're killing these people, and you're systematically taking them out in this specific group of people, moving them out the land. Come on.
Jerusalem, which was apparently built on the site of the Second Temple. If you've been to Jerusalem, there's a big gold dome, a whole complex, and that is one of the holiest sites in Islam. Not an expert in Islam, despite many accusations, but it is. It appears to be co-equal in Islam, from what I can tell, with Mecca and Medina. It's a huge deal. And since 1967, it's been under the military control of Israel. It's actually controlled legally.
They're about to go after Turkey and Somalia. So Somalia is like, it's broken up, right? It's Somalia, but then it's Somaliland, which is like a rogue state, like that took control. So they got like, they're in the same country, but you have Somalia and Somaliland. Israel has been the first country to basically say like Somaliland is a real place. Like they've been the first one to observe and say, yes, we recognize Somaliland as a real place. And then they called Somalia terrorists. Right after they did that, then all of a sudden, we find that there's a Somalian daycare fraud in the U.S. and they're making millions and sending them back home. It's like the same thing. They find people that they don't like that have resources that they want because Israel want to use Somaliland's port. So they find these people and they say, okay, what can we say these group of people did? How are they committing terrorism? They find a link to terrorism, and then they say, hey, they're doing this. They're bad people. They may hurt Americans. We got to get rid of them. Yeah, but don't they got oil and gold? Yeah, I know, but it's not about that. It's not about that. Shut up. That's not about that. The people don't like them. So there's 20 million people here, and 12 million don't like them, so we can take them down and say the people wanted this to happen, okay? Absolute power absolutely corrupts. Yep. I'm not saying that this is a genocide, David. I said what happened in Gaza is a genocide, David Morgan. Now, you might have came in on the wrong clip. So, David, do you disagree that's what happening, what Israel is doing in Gaza is a fucking genocide? Now that you know that we're not talking about genocide in Iran? All the world stages and all the men and women merely players. They exist in their exits and entrances. And one man is, in his time, plays many parts. Bunch of nonsense, you idiots. See, it's all nonsense. It's the same playbook. Like, they're using the same playbook like that they did for 9/11, for everything, for Vietnam, for like, oh, there's this group of people, they're so bad that we have to do it. We don't have to do it for us. It's not for us. It's for the people there. Come on. You can't keep being fooled by that just because you like them. That's a gang mentality. Like, if you're a Blood or a Crip, or if you are in the Hells Angels or the Mongols, like, you're in a gang, you signed up for it. It don't matter if they right or wrong, you with them. But us normal, law-abiding citizens, Americans, working hard 40, 80 hours a week, we don't play those games. We don't get into that. So we can tell the truth here. No, it's stupid. We're not a gang member. We're a citizen. We can tell the truth. No, that's stupid. Come on. Yes, they're killing kids. Yeah, they had the right to defend themselves, but it's fucking ridiculous now. Yes, the Iranian people didn't like the government, but come on. Bombing their government is not going to help them in any way, shape, or form. You took them from bad to worse.
By Jordan. But it's a holy place for every Muslim, about 2 billion of them. And there are people, Orthodox Jews in Israel, not all, some, and some evangelical Christians in Texas, not all, but some, who would like to see it blown up and replaced by this third temple. And I'm not going to get into the theology of it, which is deranged and demonic, actually. But it's a fact that people want this. And that is the beginning of, really of the end for the world as we know it, because that would set off looking for religious conflict. Killing the Ayatollah didn't get you there? Okay, blow up the mosque, and then you will be there. And that's not good for anyone. It's certainly not good for the United States. And if this continues, there are already people in Israel, at least one well-known rabbi is calling for a false flag against that mosque. Just blow it up and blame the Iranians. And the truth is, whether the Iranians blow it up intentionally or unlikely, but let's just say, or by mistake, or there's a false flag by Israel, it blames Iran, it doesn't matter. If it blows up, that's not a solvable problem. That's the end of everything that we know. And that's an enduring, generational, 1,000-year, as long as the world lasts, religious conflict that no one wants to be a part of. Only the craziest, darkest people want any part of that at all. That's the opposite of what we want. And that could happen. So the point is, once things start getting crazy, they can potentially, indeed, they tend to get really crazy. And so stop the craziness. So how would we affect that to the extent that we can at this point? Declare victory and go home. Or pull back. It's hard to negotiate with the Iranians. They've turned down our offer 3 times. Yeah, true. Iran has decided, to the extent they decide anything, who knows who's actually making the decisions. Clearly they're being made by compartments, or it seems that way. But to the extent that the Iranian government can respond as a cohesive whole, they have responded, no, we're not negotiating with you. Okay, so you can't negotiate with them. We're stopping. Defensive measures only. We don't want this. The global economy is at stake. The global order is at stake. American lives are at stake. American prestige is certainly on the line. Our ability to control anything beyond our borders or maybe even within them. We're out. We killed the Ayatollah. We came. We did it. We're going home.
Yeah, we need a golden age in America, old man. We need a golden age. Where's our golden age where we go to 3 years of isolationism, where we give no foreign aid but like essential aid for food, for non-war items? Like, we make it known, you mess with anybody, we will strike fast, hard. We don't want to be in any war prolonged. But if you don't, when we're in an age of peace, where we're using that money to help our citizens, to help our schools, to help it, and nobody's complaining, well, my tax money, well, this was money that we've been collecting that would have just went to war. Now we're taking that same money, and instead of going to war, it's going to the people, helping all types of people, black, white, poor, middle class, helping the people with the school loans, helping the people with the home loans, helping everybody. They make you believe that shit, like, impossible, that we can't do it. Like, they making us, we living paycheck to paycheck with a couple $100 or a couple $1,000 every month. And they playing with hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. Oh, what can we do in America with $300 billion? Oh, nothing. You can barely do anything with that money. Let's just give it to Israel. Let's just give it to the Ukraine. Come on, it's nothing you can do with this. America don't need this. Y'all fat and lazy already. Y'all got a lot of help. Come on. Come on.
At this point, that would be a wise decision. And it was very clear from the outset, whatever revisionism people want to add to the story, but it was very clear that Donald Trump did not want an extended war in Iran, certainly didn't want a protracted boots on the ground war, certainly doesn't want the kind of war that Tom Cotton wants, obviously. And we are on the way to getting that really quickly, into a lot of suffering. So declare victory, get out. That would be move one. Second, at some point, the United States has to get Bibi under control. Sorry, it's not anti-Semitism. This is a head of state whose decisions are getting Americans killed and affecting the history of the world and the fortunes of, literally the fortunes, but also the future of the United States. At some point, very soon, the United States has to say to the government of Israel, you are not in charge. And no president, as noted, since John F. Kennedy has been willing to say that, but no administration has paid a higher cost for going along than the current administration. And it's tragic when you think about it. And of course, it's not simply the administration, the president, and everyone who works for him. It's the country and the people who voted for this president in the hope that he would improve their lives. And none of that will be possible if this continues. And the fault, of course, is with anyone who went along with Bibi's demands or threats or whatever. But it's their fault for going along with this. But the root cause is Bibi and his ambitions. And so somebody immediately needs to say no. Third thing that we need to do is protect Americans abroad. Hundreds of thousands of Americans live in the Middle East. A lot of them are stuck in the Gulf right now, without getting too specific about it. But Americans who live or work there, of course, Americans in uniform at our military bases, which are getting hammered, and not just in the Gulf, but in Iraq and Jordan and other places, getting hammered, dying. But Americans who work in the embassies, who are there on vacation, kids on spring break, who are stuck in the Abu Dhabi or Dubai airports, there are a lot of those right now, and they can't get out. And to its great shame, the State Department did not order an evacuation of even embassy employees before these strikes because they didn't want to give away when the strikes were. Or maybe they didn't know. But all of us who are watching carefully knew something was likely to happen, and the State Department did not encourage these people to leave, and they didn't help them leave. And as noted, hundreds of thousands of Americans are still stuck there, and in some places they can't get out. And without making it sound more dire than it really is, just point out that it actually could be dire. These are countries that are highly dependent on imports for food and water. And if you close the sea routes out and close the airports, they're pretty stuck. So right now you're seeing Americans try to get into Oman, the one Gulf country not under attack from Iran, and fly out. You're seeing people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to get out. What you're not seeing, as of right now anyway, is the U.S. State Department make an effort to prioritize Americans. So it's possible in Doha, for example, that Polish citizens will be assisted by their government in getting out of the Gulf before Americans are assisted by their government. There's no excuse for that at all. The point of the U.S. government is to serve Americans. The point of U.S. diplomats is to serve the country they represent and to serve Americans in...
Amen, Tucker, to serve us. But we forgot that to the point when we make excuses for them. We'll be like, oh, these politicians ain't doing something. And instead of us being like, yeah, why the hell you ain't helping that American? They hurting. Help them over there now. We don't give a fuck about that other country. Help these Americans. We go, oh, boy, pull your bootstraps up and help yourself. You just want help from the government. That's all you want. I go to work for 80 hours a week. You see me wanting any help? Well, bravo, because the government's supposed to be helping both of y'all. Because they damn sure, if they going to help, like, if somebody living in your house, maybe you ain't asking them for help. Maybe you ain't asking your kids to pay none of the rent. That's fine. But I'll be damned if you ain't asking them for help and they going to the neighbor's house and giving them fucking money for the rent and helping them chip in. You're like, come on, damn, I ain't asked you for nothing, but damn. Like, you should be saving that money yourself or asking me if I need anything. You going to the neighbor first? You helping people outside of America first? And telling me like, hey, well, you got a job, right? When I ask for something, I'm lazy. But when they ask for something and they get free health care in Israel because we're paying their fucking defense bill, that's a problem. There's a disconnect.
Need abroad. And this has been degrading for a long time. A long time. If you've ever gone to an embassy in Mexico because you got arrested for something, you know what I'm talking about. But the point is, when a war breaks out started by your country, you have an expectation of help from that government when it breaks out, and they haven't received it, and it's outrageous. And the fact that the U.S. government moved apparently a THAAD battery or some kind of anti-missile defense from Saudi, where it would protect critical infrastructure and Americans, or a lot of Americans in Saudi, to Israel, not only shafts Saudi, a critical partner in the world, a much more important partner than Israel has ever been or ever will be, it shafts Saudi, but it shafts Americans. How many energy employees, American energy employees, live in Saudi? There's a direct flight to Houston from Riyadh. Like, what is this? Underneath it all, at its core, is the obligation of the U.S. government to serve the people it represents, who pay for it, in whose name all these things happen. And they've completely lost sight of that. And that gets to a deeper and more taboo problem, which is a real problem and whose fruits we're seeing now, which is there are a bunch of people in the U.S. government who do not put the United States before the interests of Israel, period. And you saw that very clearly with Mike Huckabee. We interviewed him last week in Tel Aviv.
The Iron Dome is pretty badass. I mean, you see that shit. Like, it's just the way it does what it does and how it does what it does is fucking badass. I remember seeing him when we were down there, man. It's
Eve. And there was no sense at all that he represents the United States or has any interest in what happens to the United States. At all. His party is in defending Israel. Now, Huckabee, thank heaven, is not Jewish. He's like some kind of, who knows what his religion is, but he's not Jewish, so you can't, it's not anti-Semitic to say that. It's just a fact. Mike Huckabee's loyalty is to Israel over the United States, but he's hardly alone in that. How could there possibly be, in 2026, a dual citizen sharing citizenship with any other country, including Israel, but not limited to Israel, any country? How could there be any dual citizen at a high level of government? You can't serve two masters. You can't be loyal to two countries simultaneously. This is why we're against polygamy in the West, right? Right? But we allow it. Why? Because no one wants to be called names if they oppose it. And it's not just dual citizenship. It's a confusion about whose behalf we're working on. And in some cases, it's unintentional. No one has spelled out the rules. It's not malign. It's just dumb. No one has had the brass to say, hey, you work for the U.S. government, every decision you make has to put at the top of the queue American citizens. Is this good for my nation or not? No one ever gets that lecture. There's no culture of that. And it's not under this administration. It's every administration of my lifetime.
Like at this point, we should have live streams. So at every like significant vote in Congress, we have them going there. Like they do it on social media and like these reality shows where they had them go in the booth and like, okay, let me tell you what just happened, and they show the rerun. Why don't we have politicians go, okay, you know, Republicans really wanted this bill. Why didn't you vote for it? Why don't we put them on a hot seat? Yo, Democrats really wanted this bill. And we ask the Democrats that don't vote on shit, why you wanted it? Okay, so we gonna keep an eye out on you come election time. Like, we just forget. Like, they could just vote and do what they want to the election cycle come, and then they say a bunch of good stuff. We're going to help you. We're going to stop you from having too much a month at the end of your check. You're working 9 to 5, 80 hours a week, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Like, stop that. You can't afford a house. You feel like your American dream is being attacked. You can't own a home. You can't leave money to your kids. The like basic bills and necessity. You barely have a savings account. You can't save 3 months. Like if you ran out of sick days and most of you got sick and you couldn't be out of work for 2 weeks at a time. Otherwise, it'll ruin your life and you wouldn't even know what to do. Let us help you. Vote for me. And then they say all that shit and then they get in and then they're like, oh, I would want to help you, but I can't do it. But they sit there and meet with all these corporate fucking companies and they McDonald's and Pepsi Cola and Israel and all these companies and pay them money. Hey, you want this to pass? All right, $500,000. I'll let that pass. Yeah, you wanna throw your dirty water inside the people's water supply? All right, $5 million. You're gonna make $1 billion, and then we're gonna come back 5 years later and we're gonna sue you because people gonna get cancer. So we're gonna sue you. And you're going to pay us $100 million out of the $2 billion that you made. All right? So then we're going to find you, and then you're going to apologize, and we're going to say, we ain't know no better, and we ain't know this was going to happen, and we're going to be good, okay? Got it. That's what they're doing. Like, they fucking trading our health for their wealth.
Certainly since 9/11, we need to have a government that has as its stated goal the protection of American citizens, period. And if other nations benefit from that, great. We're not against anybody. But the point has to be America and serving America's interests. And if an idea sounds good, but it's going to hurt the United States, we're against it. That's our official position as a country. And if you work for the government and you don't share that view, you can't work for the government. And you certainly can't serve in a foreign military. What are we even doing? That's so real. All these people in public life have served in the Israeli military, but not the U.S. military. That's fine. But you can't have influence over my country at that point. You served in a foreign military and not in ours. And no one has wanted to talk about this, but it's been going on a long time. Bill Clinton famously said when he got out of office during his speech, I wish I'd served in the IDF. Really? He dodged the draft. It's not a defense of the Vietnam War, which was idiotic. But it's a clear statement of priorities. I would serve in a foreign country's military before my own? Well, you can't be in my leadership then. Sorry. You're not a loyal American. How are we defining loyal? Like putting on a uniform? Putting on a uniform of a foreign military and showing up in the U.S. Congress, waving a foreign flag in the U.S. Congress? Those are totally disqualifying acts.
We just let them do it.
And the fact that we've lost the capacity to see that says that we're all been under some kind of spell. Hopefully it breaks now, because you can't continue with the system that we have. It's not an attack on anybody. It's the standard that Israel would apply to itself, or any sovereign country would apply to itself. You have to be for us, or you can't work here. And we very much don't have that. Most upsettingly, really, is the possibility of what might happen here. And that's the next thing we need to do, is brace for a lot of domestic change. As I said, the spirit of violence, of hate, of killing has been unleashed. And you see it in people. If you read online commentary, you certainly see it in evidence there. People are angry. They taste blood on the tongue, and they want to kill.
And they angry because their life is fucked up. And when your life is messed up, you look for people to blame. Like half the time when if somebody cut me off in the road, I don't be like, what the hell, you mother, and chase them. Some people do that. They will chase them down. You cut me off. And they be right. But it don't matter if you right if you handle it wrong. When I see somebody cut me off, I'm like, damn, I hope that person's okay. Like, I don't know if they late for work. Maybe the boss already told them if they late again, they're going to be fired. Maybe somebody got hurt. They're on their way to a hospital. Maybe they just had an argument with their wife or spouse, and they just still got to go to work or get something done, and they doing it. Maybe they almost out of gas, and they just, like, they don't even know what to do, and they just went on a drive because they're so angry, and they don't even realize they cut you off. Like, what happened to that America where we see something happen and we go, oh, damn, I wonder what's going on in that person's life. Now we go, what the hell? What you did to me? Like, you mother, I don't care what you, no, I don't care what's going on with you. All I care about is me and how I feel. Fuck you. Like, it's crazy. You're not supposed to do that. Like, what happened? Like, it's now, if you told somebody, right, it's a bunch of Christians running around, but if you told them, like, hey, if somebody's like slapped me, if that homeless guy come over here and slap me, I'd think that he was crazy. I'd protect myself and probably call the ambulance or something, but I would like feel sorry for him and probably try to restrain him. But people be like, what? Man, that homeless man come over here and touch me, I'll smack the shit out. Like, we're in the era where like you ever see like these fighting videos on TV? And I'm like, oh, the whole time I'm just thinking, oh my God, please, if one of them go down, please don't stomp on these people's head. Please don't stomp on their head. Like, people don't know how to just fight, boop, boop, and then one of them fall and like the fight over. These motherfuckers will go up to you and start like kicking their head in. I'm like, oh my God, like that's murder now. Like, you went from normal combat, man-to-man activity, let the best man win, to now attempted murder. Like, control your fucking self. Oh, man, what you supposed to do? You can't tell nobody how angry to get. Yes, you can. You can tell your son or your nephews, yo, if you're in a fight with somebody and you fighting man-to-man and it's mutual combat, if you knock him out, like, you don't then go keep fighting and keep him on the ground. Like, yes, you do. Like these people lost all sense of morality and common sense. Like, there's a way, like, you could think like, oh, I think that ICE should be deporting people. I think that it should happen. But then be like, damn, the way they shot that guy because he touched the agent in the middle of the street, like, that's crazy the way they just, like, it was a big mistake and stuff happened and they thought the gun went off. But damn, like, a federal agent killing somebody because they touched them when they were pushing, like, come on. But I still support the deportation, but that, like, come on. Like, we could want something and still have common sense when it comes to that thing. You don't got to be all in or nothing. Like, oh well, fuck it. Like, I'm do better or worse. I'm riding with Trump. I'm riding with the Democrats, no matter what, right or wrong. Like, fuck it. Like, no, that's not American.
You don't want that here. You don't want that in your country. That defeats the whole point. The only reason we have a military is to ensure peace and prosperity in the United States. That's it. And if military action increases poverty and violence in your country, which it always does, it's bad. So you are seeing now a concerted effort by people acting on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu, some technically American citizens, to foment religious conflict here. Hate the Muslims. I'm not sure what I think about Israel, but we have the same enemies. No, the only enemies we have are enemies of the United States, and we know who our enemies are by what they do to us, how they treat us, what they demand of us. And by that measure, Israel's not an ally. And I don't know who these Muslims you're talking about are. If you're against mass immigration, of course. How did we get mass immigration? Does anyone know? We got it after we got mass Muslim immigration after 9/11. And the people who pushed it, because I was here, and I remember it very well, are the very same people, in some cases literally the same people, who are now screaming about how Islam is our enemy. It's not an endorsement of Islam at all. As a Christian, I don't endorse Islam. But I hate lying because it's never accidental. It's always in the service of some darker end. And in this case, it's in the service of the darkest of all ends, which is to divide this country against itself.
Yeah, we still love this country. That's why I don't like when people sitting there, you talking about the country now and how much you love it and what's going wrong and how these fucking politicians are driving it to shit. And then you got people on the other side, whatever side, going, well, just leave then. What are you talking about? You telling me, so if you had a member of your family, everybody got a crackhead or a gangbanger or something in their family, somebody they ain't proud of making the best decision, but you still love them. Yeah, I still might be talking in the living room when you go see grandma or auntie. Hey, so you hear about what that boy did? What'd he do? He still ain't get his head on right. Man, that boy or that girl still making those stupid decisions. He just can't get right. That boy ain't never listened since he was young. Whatever it is, you talking about ways to fix them and you wish they would change. You don't say, well, if they really fucking up that much, just dump them as a family member. No. That's how you get a country to, hey, all the good people that's talking about the country wasn't better. Hey, if you want this country better, it's not good enough for you, well, then leave. So then just by natural causes, the only people that'll be here are people who don't complain about nothing, even if they think something is wrong, and just let shit happen and let it slide and don't say anything. Like, America is great. Like, it's shit that's funny that we laugh about that they want us to get serious about. Like, black people love chicken, right? The Southern rednecks sleep with their own sister, and this is my family, right? Oh, Asians are good at math, but they can't drive. Indians are pretty cool people, but they're scammers, and their food stink to high heavens when they're cooking it, but it tastes great. The Mexicans are hard workers, but we pick on them and they're English speaking and all this. Like, this shit's funny. Like, yes, it's picking on them and it's stereotyping and it's funny and we laugh. We don't think that's the whole of the person. We don't think that makes everything about that person. Yes, there are black vegans. Yes, there are Asians that's not good at fucking math and that could be a Formula One driver. Yes, there are lazy Mexicans that don't speak a lick of Spanish. Yes, there are some Indian food who are vegan or Indian people. Like, this funny. And we're supposed to laugh at it. Like, we don't have to, trans this. Okay, listen, if you want to be what you want to be, cool. Don't impede on me and I won't impede on you. If it makes you happy for me to call you, you used to be Chris, but now you want to be Carla, cool, I'm going to call you Carla. Or I'm going to say, hey, listen, I don't agree with it. I can't even get past my morals and call you Carla, so I'm not going to call you anything at all. Right? I'm not going to call you out your name. I'm not going to call you the name that you said you don't want to be called. I just don't have nothing nice to say. So listen, if you see me in the hallway, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm actually being respectful. Okay? Can we come to an agreement? Got it. No, they tell you, no, you can't do that. No, they want to take over. Okay, look, you want to be trans, but look, you can't be going to the bathroom with the little kids. I know I respect you, but we got to figure out something else, maybe a special bathroom, or you going in with the ADA people or whatever. I don't know. No, they want us to fucking be so far apart that there's no middle ground, that we got to be stupid. Hey, listen, we have to do this immigration thing. Barack did it, so nobody was complaining about the way Barack did it, and he did way more, so we're going to do it that same way. We don't want masked thugs going through the street, but we know that, hey, you got to get out of here. We want the worst of the worst first, and then we could get the people that's picking the fruit and the vegetables that ain't never did nothing a day in their life. Then we could get them. But we know they all got to go. See, no. Either you're for it or you're against it. Either you want full control or you don't. There's no middle ground. What are you trying to do, stupid? You're trying to make the left and the right come together? Like, even though they disagree? What the fuck are you doing, stupid? No. It's everything. It's a totalitarian government. Either you got everything, either you're for it, everybody can be trans from birth, and your 5-year-old can choose it, or you don't believe in it. Either you believe that Israel can kill whoever the fuck they want, and they can kill whoever they want, and you say nothing about it, otherwise you're anti-Semitic. What? As an American, you're supposed to say, fuck out of here. Don't tread on me, government. Don't tell me what to think. We tell you what to do, but we can't come together.
Religious lines. And yet people are standing up and saying something they never would have said 20 years ago. Hate all Muslims. How is that better than hate all Jews? I'll pause while you explain. And of course they can't explain, because it is in no sense better than I hate all Jews. It's the same thing. And I hate all Christians for that reason, matter. But you are seeing a concerted effort to do that. And you will almost certainly see, as we have seen before, acts of violence that may or may not be organic, designed to move public opinion strongly in one direction to benefit people outside our country. It's just
and of course, stereotypes is this: some good, some bad. If I see a skinhead white guy with tattoos all over his face, and I'm walking down the street, right? I put my daughter in there, and she walking down the street, and I'm gonna say, if he look like a fucking skinhead that's gonna do something to you because of the color of your skin, move to the other side of the road or leave. And then if you walking down the road and you see some black kid with a fucking red blue rag hanging from his pocket, with his pants hanging down his ass, drawers showing, look like a gangbanger, move to the other side of the fucking street. Get out of here. If you see a Mexican in cowboy boots and fucking a hat wearing a cross and he looked like a cartel member or something you seen on Narcos, cross the street. Now, you don't judge nobody for it. You don't stop somebody from doing something or going to someplace or shopping. No. But fucking stereotyping, yes. A woman, if you're a woman and you see a strong man coming, even if it's a weak man, and he give you some Dexter vibe or something, you got spidey senses. You got that intuition is there for a reason. I'd rather be wrong 1,000 times and live than to fucking be like, oh, well, I think this guy look kind of weird, but I don't want to send the wrong message and get canceled, so let me stay on this side of the road and get fucking strangled. No. Every fucking race, religion, and people got problems. Like, it's stupid to think not so, oh, the white people or the black people are the problem for all the crime and white people don't do nothing. No, all the white people are the billionaires and millionaires and they got privilege. They're hurting us. No, it's stupid. It's a stupid argument. Stereotypes is part of being human. Absolutely. You stereotype a dog when you see him. You say, oh, look at that little poodle. He looks so cute. The poodle might say, be trying to fucking nip your ankle off. But if you see a pit bull or a Rottweiler down there, they could be sitting there with their tongue out and everything. You see that big ass dog, you say, I ain't going over there. Oh no, it don't bite. It looks like it could be. I ain't going over there, motherfucker. You stereotype every day. Come on.
Fact. And if you think that's not a fact, if that's a conspiracy theory, if that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, oh, you alleging a false flag? Oh, yeah.
You're right, Jess.
They've been documented at length. But there is a way to end this argument. We don't need to debate this. We can declassify it. We just classify.
I just said Dexter looking. I mean, because technically you would be right that this person a killer. But you just be wrong that you his target. You ain't on his hit list. But you would be right if your spidey sense is like, this person's a fucking killer. Dexter's a killer. He just kills people that we find acceptable, right?
We can know the truth. We can let, as Justice Brandeis said, sunlight in, which will disinfect. Why don't we do that? And we'll start with the Kennedy assassination 63 years ago. Those documents have not been declassified. Why is that? Why are there thousands of Kennedy assassination-related documents that have not been declassified? That's a fact. Despite an executive order last January, acts of Congress over 63 years. I don't know. We're just speculating now. Let's find out. Why are there millions of 9/11 documents still classified? And
they don't want us to know nothing. Robert said assimilation is the problem with Islam. The culture doesn't mix with our culture. Not all Muslims. I would say that's both. I mean, if you look at history, going back way before America, Christians haven't been the most welcoming of places. They've been the place like, we're going to force you to fucking convert. Like Islam, like they'd be like, hey, convert to Islam. We would really like you to. If you don't, hey, leave our land. We don't really want you here. Fucking Christians and the Templars and them will come in like, wait, you don't serve Christ? No, kill them all. It ain't no like leave. Like the Muslims will be like, you better leave this land and we don't appreciate you. And then they might kill you. The Christians will come in and kill your ass. They don't give you a chance to leave. They will make you convert. Convert right now or your whole family's dead. Like, at least Islam, like, if you don't do it on your own accord, then it's like, they can't force you, like, hey, we're going to kill you unless you join. Like, they won't do that. Like, Christians will be like, we're going to kill you unless you join. And then you'll take the oath and they'll be like, all right, cool, we a Christian. let him go. Like Christians ain't been the most fucking welcoming. Like they're welcoming in a sense that like it's us or not. Like, hey, everybody here is Christian because they all converted. No, some of them had to die, but everybody here is Christian. You better believe it. If they're not, they're gonna have a problem. So I disagree with that. Like if anything, not many religions are welcoming.
Same people who call you a nut for speculating as to why they might be classified demand they remain classified. There's no justification for it. Secrecy abets evil. That's the point of it. There's no national security consideration at play in the Kennedy documents.
I'm talking about history, Alex. In the history, Islam has been a more, see, it's hard to like, it's the lesser of the evils. They've both been done. A lot of evil has been done in the name of both religions. A lot of sick, twisted shit have been done, and neither religion has any room to talk about the other one. How about we put it like that, since we're in the cave and we think about common sense? Neither one of them, Christianity nor Islam, has any business critiquing any other religion for not being accepting of any other group or people. Like, what are you talking about? You think Christianity like just been there, oh, come here, like we just give us your poor and your homeless. Like, have you heard of the fucking like the Salem witch trials? It wasn't Muslim people doing the fucking the test, putting people head underwater, saying the test was twisted. Like it was shit that like, oh, the person dead now, but like, oh, like if they're really a witch, you should be able to survive this fucking this drowning. Oh, the person died. Oh, I guess they weren't a witch. Like, come on, are you crazy? Muslims are more extreme at, no, I don't know. Extreme by what? Meaning extreme in like dying for what they believe in? Because have you seen the Torah? Have you seen the Jewish people? They didn't kill 50, 60,000 kids in the name of their God. Which Christian nation is doing that today? Right now, the U.S. We taking out fucking leaders left and right, saying it's for freedom. Well, there's no Muslim nation that's doing that either. Because if you believe that, you have Israel, and they say that there's Christians in Israel that's being tortured and things too. What Muslim nation is torturing all the Christians there? Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Now, they may not be kind to them, but what nation is sitting there prosecuting Christians? How many Christians were prosecuted last year for just being Christians in Iran and killed or something? How many? I'm not calling, and then you hear about the Christians being spit on and shit in Israel. And you got a bunch of Christian nations in Africa too that are now Christian, that are going around fighting and things like that. Amen is Mormonish. So it's hard to like defending people. Like it's like telling people I voted for Trump because I thought he was the lesser of the evil. Like, not that I loved him, not that I didn't like Kamala, it's just because I thought he was the lesser of the evil. I thought this was his second term. He's not a politician, so maybe he wouldn't. I thought Trump was gonna come in and be on some shit like, you know what, this is my last turn. I can't run again, and I don't care about politics, so I'm gonna just fuck some shit up, drain the swamp, all this, blah 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 blah. But even like Nick Fuentes said, like Trump let everybody down. Like you could say that. You could say, hey, both the Republican and the Democratic Party have let me down. You don't have to go with them just because you voted for them. And now, like, I voted for him. Fuck it. You buy it. You got to pay for it. You pay for it. You keep it. Like, there's no give back.
The 9/11 documents, I call BS on that. You're lying. So let's end it. And by the way, if you wanted hate and ethnic strife and conspiracy theories, if you wanted to make Americans distrust and dislike each other, if you wanted to eliminate all confidence in government, if you wanted no authority to have legitimacy in a country, you would make everything secret.
And then you say evil. Like, can you think, like, they think we're fucking children. Can you think, hey, somebody come up here and say anybody of any one religion or place is evil? Hey, all the people in China are evil. China is an evil nation. Is something in the water? Iran is just evil. There are 92 million evil people. They just wake up and death to America. The Palestinians are just evil. They're just evil. There's no talking to them. They just wake up evil and they just want to kill all the Jewish people. Everybody they tell us to fear are these evil people where there's no fucking negotiating with them. Russia, Putin is an evil dictator. He's evil. They hate America. All of our there's no enemies that we're like, yeah, you know what? We're going to war with them. We disagree over this and that, but hopefully we can come to a resolution. They make them evil. Not that like, yeah, they're good people. We just think their heart in the wrong place and we just disagree. No, they're evil. There is no negotiating with us, right? Right, when they call them evil, we're good and they're evil. So then you can't negotiate with them. If we said, you know what? Hold on, they're not evil. They're good people. We have a disagreement. Then we would go, wait, hold on. Don't go to war. Let's talk about it. Like we got common sense. We want good things. We want to live life and prosper. They want the same thing. Nobody want to die. But if you call them evil, then hey, what we talking about? Go get the pitchforks. Go get the guns. Go get the tanks, the missiles, and let's bomb them the fuck off the earth. That's why they use that. He's evil. Right, they go on to lunch together, but during the election cycle, he's evil. He's a threat to democracy. If he gets in, we're going to World War III. We can't let it happen. And then they get election over, and then everybody's just like, hey, he's a good guy. You know, we'll see how it is. You know, we'll see what? Yes, poor people do tend to be way more generous than rich people. Because we know what it's like money comes and goes. We've been in that position before. But it's the rich people, the Grant Cardones making you feel like, oh, what you doing? I only sleep 2 hours every night, and then I go out and I buy 10 cars. You sleeping. It's because you're lazy. You working 80 hours. You should be working 200 hours and spending time with your kids more. And you're just selfish. And they making you seem like if you're not on their level, it's not because their grandma left them some money and their grandfather or they got a leg up. Or no DEI, it's because you lazy and that's why. Not because they made it fucking harder and the prices are through the roofs and you can't find a single family home. It's not because of that. Because you fucking lazy. You sleeping 3 hours a night. Get up. That's what they want us to believe. Come on. Come on. It's stupid. When we believe in it. Or you know what? They is right.
So everyone had to speculate as to what was actually going on. You would create a nation of conspiracy mongers. That's the effect of classifying over 1 billion federal documents. You end democracy. Of course, you can't really meaningfully participate in a government if you don't know what it's doing, right? I mean, there's no democracy with 1 billion classified documents. It's gone. It's an oligarchy. And you would make the population suspicious. You would make them
smash up those likes for me. Please hit that thumbs up. It spreads the channel everywhere. More people see it, please.
Trust each other. You would sow division, which is what you always do when you want to dominate and control anybody. You divide them from each other. And of course, you would hide your own crimes. But there's a way to end that. So, Kennedy assassination, 9/11. But let's start with the purported assassination attempts on Donald Trump. Now, why are those significant? Because yesterday, the President of the United States said, I did this, and by this, I mean killed the head of state of Iran, the Ayatollah Khamenei, he tried to kill me twice, but I got him first. It's almost a verbatim quote from the president who thinks that. He's been told that. Get it. What do we know about that? Where did that intelligence?
Thank you. I mean, that's not a gross generalization. Just by statistics, there are way more poor people and middle class than there are rich people or wealthy. So just by odds, even if every single wealthy person was giving, if even half of the poor people were given, then we would still be more. So I get it, but you know what we're saying. We can't be perfect. Thank you, Jesse, for subscribing and liking.
Come from that prove that the government of Iran, run by the Ayatollah, this religious leader, tried to assassinate the president of the United States twice. Do we know where that came from? Oh, it came from Israel. That's where that intel came from. Well, let's see it. Why not? At this point, he's dead. Why can't we see that? Oh, sources and methods? Tough. We went to war over this. Americans are dead because of this. You can't hide behind that anymore. Show us. And maybe we'll find that there's really good intel. And it just absolutely shows that the government of Iran, run by the Ayatollah, tried to assassinate the president of the United States. That might have been a good reason for war right there. But maybe it doesn't show that, because this country has certainly been manipulated a lot.
That's facts.
By Israeli intelligence and other foreign countries' intelligence, but certainly by Israeli intelligence. That's why we thought there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Saddam Hussein was paying the families of suicide bombers in Israel, which is bad. Not endorsing that. Israel wanted him out. Get it. Why did we do that? Because Israeli intelligence told us that he was working on chem bioweapons and a nuke. Totally false. We got that from Israeli intelligence. So at that point, the track record suggests, hey, and no offense to Ted Cruz or all the other dumbos who are always saying, no, we get all this actionable intelligence. It's so important. We need them so desperately. Really, well, let's evaluate the quality of that intelligence. And what percentage is true, what percentage is sincerely mistaken, and what percentage is designed to manipulate us into military action on their behalf. It'd be interesting to know. And until we do know, the rest of us are going to just speculate. And some of us will put brakes on our own imaginations and try not to be too dark about it. Trying to imagine evil where there's no evidence for it. But others will let their imaginations go. And you can see why. Does that bring the country closer together? No, it makes people hate each other. So the next person who talks about anti-Semitism, the rising tide of anti-Semitism, fair. It's real. It's bad. Totally bad. How do we fix it? We'll declassify the 9/11 files. And then all those people on the internet were like, oh, the dancing Israelis, they did it. Israel had foreknowledge of 9/11. There were text messages sent to Israel. Warning of 9/11. All true, by the way. What does that add up to? Maybe nothing. I don't know. They won't declassify the files. They lie about it. Why? Just tell the truth. And by the way, if
that's another fucking major evil in America, that the FBI and the CIA can have files and just say like, hey, we want to know what's happening. We could yell it. And they'll be like, oh, it's classified. If 100 million, 200 million Americans want a file declassified, it should be like automatic. The government should be like, okay, there should be a process that like, hey, if out of 350 million Americans, if 51% of them say we want a fucking file, it should be like no bullshit. It should just be redacted in a couple of days and give it to us. Obviously, we don't care about the methods and the way it was collected and what it gives up and this spot. Like, we don't give a fuck what it exposes. Give us the file. I don't know if that's that. Stop voting. If you stop voting, then the person that they want still takes office.
there are ugly truths involved in the dump of documents, people can generally handle it. What they can't handle is being lied to generationally and then attacked for trying to figure out what the omissions amount to, which is exactly where we are now. And so they're telling us today that there are going to be attacks in the United States by Iranian sleeper cells. Maybe. Sounds plausible. They blew up our base in Bahrain.
See, I hear what you're saying, but Tyler, what else you got? That's if a democratic society, what else you going to do? If it's 350 million of us, and 200 and something million of any of us want something to happen, then it's probably best for the country, or fuck it, we go down, it's sinking. If it's 350 million of us and 300 million of them want to do something stupid, and there's 50 million like, hey guys, it's probably going to end the world, well, guess what? We fucking just doing it at that point. Majority does rule in a democracy. Like, we talking about something that, like, happened in the what? The 60s, 70s, 80s, like stuff that happened back then. Martin Luther King. Like, why we say, oh yeah, the source, the way we collected this information in 1970 is really, really important and relevant. Come on. It's stupid that this country could have been involved in killing our president, but yet we're still helping him. That would mean the people at the top know that Israel can hit an American ship and kill like hundreds of sailors, but yet we don't talk about it.
They hit the airbase outside Doha. Okay, I mean, I believe it. But if those things actually do happen in the United States, we're going to need to believe it. If there is any real doubt, if there's a sense that actually maybe the FBI manufactured this, they're not telling us everything. If we have the same feeling about whatever those attacks, pray they don't happen, but about whatever those attacks turn out to be, as we had about, say, January 6th or Charlie Kirk's assassination. Can you imagine a more divisive thing to happen to this country? If you really wanted to bring America low, that's what you would do. So it's actually essential that the government has the trust of the governed. Absolutely essential. Not just morally, but operationally. It won't work without it. And the only way to do that is to tell the truth and to call out people who lie, scream at you, call you names. We're going to intern you, throw you in jail. All right. But first to classify the 9/11 files, and then we can all calm down. How's that? That's not just a provocation. That's sincere. The next thing we need to do is get...
National security outweighs freedom in this country. Yes, sure. But it shouldn't. It depends. See, that's why you got to have common sense. So, yeah, we know the difference between somebody asking something about some active military operation and saying, hey, some president died 50-something years ago. Yeah, we want to know what happened. Hey, yeah, that might, and if telling us who killed the president may be a danger to national security, then fuck that. We're ready to take that risk. Tell us. Because what country are you saying we need to be a part of that you're going to tell us, or what organization or whatever that's involved in this murder that's still around, right? Because if it's a single person, they're probably dead. So what organization, what country could have killed our president, and we like, hey, for national security's sake, we need to stay nice with this country. What? Because I thought we were the biggest, baddest motherfuckers walking the planet. So what country we need that bad? Because that sounds like a police state, yeah. That sounds like a totalitarian government with, hey, listen. That sounds like a king. Hey, king, can we know what's going on? No. Trust us. We got it. Wait. Well, we're the people. You work for us. That's like you working for a company, you the CEO, but every time you go in and you want to look at the paperwork and the stats and they say, hey, no, you can't see that. What? Yeah, because it might affect our agents and you seeing the stats and how good. So how do we know how good the company's doing? What are you talking about? Come on. National security. We can get together organizations. Okay, we trust. Let's get these 12 people, these 12 Democrats and these 12 Republicans, and y'all look at it. Hopefully there's some truth tellers in there. Like, come on, like, hey, the government say, then like, how could we ever watch the government and all they got to do is say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I know you want to look at this file to see if the government's tricking y'all, but in the interest of national security, we can't let you look at that file. Because if you look at that, you're going to know that we bullshitting you. All our plans to bullshit y'all is inside there. So literally, it's a threat to national security if you get this file, because you're going to know our plan to trick y'all. Come on.
Foreign lobbies under control. And it's not just AIPAC. It's not just Israel. It's a lot of them. And the downside to mass immigration, of course, is that you can import other people's conflicts and ancient ethnic rivalries into your own country and then be destroyed by them. And this was...
It's hard to get, and that works for the government. It's like, even if the government did something, come together and say, okay, listen, we're going to come up with the plan to take over. Yeah, we're going to fuck it. Ain't going to be no more elections. Like, we agree this person going to be president for the next 50 years. When he die, it's going to go to this family, and we're going to start up the royal family again. Americans wouldn't even agree on what was happening. Like, Americans, we couldn't even, like, come together and like, protest at the same time. Because there would be a group getting ready to protest, and half America would be calling them stupid, and they need to go to work and get a job. And they would get us to fight each other. They wouldn't even have to, they're going to send the military out. No, they would get us to fight each other. Like, there's a couple truths like that like, hey, we're going to do, like, we need somebody to run and say, hey, I'm not Republican or Democrat. I'm going to do what a majority of the country wants, whatever makes sense. Whether we're in 2026, we can hold polls. The president could go online, hold fucking different, hey, we about to do this. There's a major thing going on. Let's all go to the polls on this date and vote on whether the president should do this or that. We can take fucking votes now. Like, whatever it is, there's a way to do it, to be more democratic and like, hey, you know what? Let's do it this way. Most Americans want this. It's common sense. You can see it. If you pay attention, you can see the fucking common sense. They just choose not to see the middle ground. What? Big Mama, that's cool. Take it where? But we can agree. There can be one person to stand up. Like they said, Jesus could return tomorrow. Half of you motherfuckers would be telling how stupid he is and how he's going to hell and he's probably a PDF file and he's stupid. Like there's no way to bring it all together. That would work if somebody came out, a third party candidate, and said, yo, I'm not fucking with this Republican or Democrat. They both lying to us. Wouldn't that be a breath of fresh fucking air? Not, the people on the left, the people on the right. If somebody said, yo, I'm not dealing with both, they both lying to y'all. Y'all know that. Like you couldn't convince a lot of people, but most of the people that are truly independent, the people that are tired on both sides, I think you could pull enough people from both sides that have common sense, that combined with the independent people, and really make a change. There are no conservative points that make sense with progressive points. You're crazy. Yes, there is. That's why you live on this earth. If you're a Christian, right? If you're an earthly person, then you know that like there's laws. If you're a Christian, then you know that, hey, well, God gave this is the devil's domain. So you're living in this world of sin. You try to make it through without committing too much sin yourself. And you finish this game so you can make it up to heaven and say, hey, look, God, I passed the test. I was nice. Life was hard as hell. Every time I turned around, there was a different problem. I was hurt. People betrayed me. I was sad. People died. People were born. I went broke. I was hungry. I was cold. I was hot. But I survived being a good person. And then hopefully there's another level of heaven or whatever you can move to. So this is an earthly world. So you can mix together. You have to. As a Christian person or a God-fearing person, you have to mix with the earth. You're around demons and you know that. Whether you Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, whatever, you walk this world saying, hey, I'm a good person. I know I'm surrounded by evil, but I won't do it. I know people are going to try to hurt me, but I won't try to hurt them. That's how you move around. Right? Half of the conservative, if you've seen Jesus, you'll say, oh, look at that hippie fucking no shoe wearing, lovey-dovey, peace for everybody. Like you would be explaining to Jesus, how the only way to get the peace is through war. How you know it's wrong to kill children. Can you explain to Jesus how you know it's wrong to kill children, just that the 50,000 children in Gaza had to die? You think there's a way for you to explain to Jesus how the 50,000 children in Gaza had to die? You think he's trying to hear that shit? Like, if you telling me like, yo, my God to understand, then I don't want to fuck with your God. Your God on a different spectrum. I don't want that. Like, to be a Christian, I'm only mentioning Christian because I know a lot of you would call yourself Christian in this country, especially on the conservative side and the Democratic side. To be a Christian is to be in pain, for life to be unfair. So you say, oh, these people screaming death to America, they deserve to die. What are you talking about? That's light work compared to what Jesus and the disciples went through, just using words. Oh, Jesus, they screamed death to America. That's why we blasted them the fuck out of the earth. Oh, okay, yeah, I understand. That makes sense, my child. They talk bad about you. What are we talking about? To be a man of God is to be to endure pain. To be a man, period. You endure pain. Like, that's the life. Like, you're supposed to get hurt. Like, I feel sorry for the people that like help other people, and then they get hurt and they go, damn, this person hurt me again. I'm never helping nobody ever again. I go, oh, damn, this person hurt me. That was crazy. I was only trying to help them. Okay, well, I'm not helping them no more. And you move on to help the other person. What you don't do is become so jaded at life. You go, man, I ain't helping no fucking body. They want to see evil. They want to hurt me. Well, I'm going to hurt them. Watch. I guarantee you, when I get on that shit, when I start hurting people, and they're going to say, no, don't do it. No, fuck that. Then life got you. They got you. The devil won. He got you. But you people out there justifying the death of children in Gaza, that's not a genocide, you stupid liberal. What? If you're around Christian, this is the most hell you will see. If you're not a Christian, this is the most heaven you will see. Yeah. But if you're a Christian, be careful. That's to know that there's a high, you be humble. It ain't only gold and silver. You think you so rich in Jesus that you just automatically gonna make it to heaven without no works. You get to heaven, God, like, hey, what you do? Hey, I believe in Jesus. Yeah, I was a bad person. I ain't never helped nobody. I kept to myself. I did what was good for me and only me and nobody else. Okay, so you ain't do no works? You just like profess your love for Jesus and just sit the fuck around and watch everything burn? Okay, cool. We got a spot for you in the back, way in the back of heaven. Not really hell, but it's in the back where you can feel a little heat on your back. Come on.
Well known at the turn of the century when the United States had its second biggest wave of mass immigration, people fleeing Eastern Europe mostly. And the sense...
Really, the only difference between ethical cleansing and genocide is basically like the people, like you basically got to say, like, nah, I'm killing these people specifically. Like if the like ethnic cleansing is getting rid of these people from this land, but like if you know the people ain't got nowhere to go, it's like, hey, I'm not trying to murder these people in this house. I'm trying to set the house on fire so I can build a new one here. The people just happen to be stuck inside the house while I'm burning it the fuck up. I guess it's not premeditated. I'm just trying to burn down the house. People can move. They can, all the doors locked and everything. Think about it. Israel was putting them in safe zones and saying this area is safe, and then they were going to get food and different collections and stuff and still getting bombed and killed and passing. Oh, they passed the imaginary line. We shot them. No matter where these people went, like they would go to food distribution sites and get hit. Like that's, you could call it ethnic cleansing technically, but like the people can't leave. They can't go nowhere. So technically you know it's going to be a genocide by proxy.
Strongly was, this can work. We can use them for their labor. Actually, the population hated it, to be totally honest. It's always hated it, but no one cares what they think. But a more evolved and selfless and wiser class of leaders at the time thought to themselves, this can work. We're feeding our factories with the labor we need, but we could also get a lot of trouble. So let's invent this concept called the melting pot, where everyone is welcome. We'll put a little plaque on the Statue of Liberty kind of explaining this idea, but everyone has to kind of share in a common culture and common values. You leave your ancient grudges behind, and it doesn't matter. Kind of like if your ancestors killed my ancestors, we're not going to kill each other. And that's the only way it's going to work. And they were absolutely right. And we've abandoned that, of course, and it was intentional. It was an effort to divide the country against itself in order to dominate it and lead to events like today. But it's accelerating to a point where the country won't hang together unless we get this under control. And people don't seem aware of this, or maybe they are, but are pretending it's not happening. But in the last two conflicts, today being one, Venezuela on January 3rd being the other, but you could pick a bunch more. You had really active lobbies of exiles from those countries lobbying the U.S. government and its military to overthrow the dictatorship they left because they're mad. And that's not a good reason for the U.S. government to act. Like, people who've been here for a while, were born here, whose ancestors fought in the Civil War or founded the country, they have a say too, and they don't want anything to do with that. They built this country, actually. And they have a right to say no. You know, if you're mad, go back and fight for that country's freedom. But now you're an American. But we've gotten to a point where, well, here's CNN from yesterday. Watch this.
The largest Iranian populations outside of the Middle East. You see the gathering there behind her. Julia, how is the Iranian community responding?
Well, this gathering has only grown, Jessica, over the past few hours, since we've gotten here. It has amassed a large number of people, and the celebration is striking.
So the Persians in LA are really psyched. And by the way, if you ever run into Persians in LA, great people. Muslims, Jews, probably a few Christians, but great people. Hilarious, interesting, super successful, fun to be with. Really one of the most entertaining, enriching immigrant groups, just to be honest, having dealt with them a lot. They're great. Handsome people, too. Smart. However, their anger at the Ayatollah should play precisely no role in what our military does. It's just not relevant at all. Making this specific group of voters happy because they were thrown out of a country or their parents were thrown out of a country. I mean,
there you go. For all you people saying, my neighbor or my school teacher down the street, my old mailman, she happy that she's from Iran and that the Ayatollah. What do you think? It made her happy. I know 50 people that are happy about the bombings. So what does that mean? The same people that say, oh, because some Iranians were happy about it, that means they should go free, or some of the same people that a whole state is protesting against ICE. But you're like, fuck them people. They need to go home and sit. Well, if all the people in the state are out, and the majority of the state is out saying we want the federal government to go, like, shouldn't they go then? By your standards, that if some people are proud that a leader could be bombed, then can't these people in the states fight back against the federal government? That means that they should leave. If a bunch of people are on the street protesting, if it's 1 million people, then that means that the government should leave then, because, right? That's what you're saying. So if the people in Minneapolis are protesting whoever, then that means that it's a good policy. If it's 10 million people and 8 million are out protesting against the federal government, that means, hey, the federal government should leave. They're wrong then. Right? If a few people celebrate and justify it, then hey.
That is, talk about wag the dog. And that's not Israel. In this case, it's the Persians of LA, on the west side of LA, or it could be the Cubans of South Florida, another awesome group, great people. Lindsey Graham said yesterday, next stop, deranged by hubris. Iran has gone so well, we're going to overthrow the Cuban government next. Cuba Libre! Okay, now, after 65 years. But the point is, Lindsey Graham was worked into a frenzy by the very awesome, super nice, productive, smart, attractive, everything great about them Cuban lobby in South Florida, very conservative, Christian. They're great. Love them. They can't have control of America's foreign policy. No ethnic group can have control of American foreign policy, whether it's the Venezuelans. How many South Asian immigrants are in this country now? No one even knows. A ton. Talk about a region riven by ethnic strife. Ever been there? I mean, there's obviously Pakistan and Bangladesh and India, but then even within India, libraries of books have been written about this. If you were to import those conflicts into your country, you'd be Canada, where there's like a Bengali killing a Punjabi in a high-profile assassination. No one who was actually born in Canada understands. It's a nightmare. It's not an attack on the Bengalis, Punjabis, or anyone else. It's just a very obvious point that these are functional countries, the Anglosphere. They were created by Anglo-Saxon immigrants with a certain system, and they work. And everyone wants to move here because they work. And the fastest way to keep them from working is to import the bad habits or centuries-old grudges of the homeland. So come here, bring your ambition, your kindness, your decency, your commitment to the American project, but don't bring your lobbying efforts to get us to go to war with anyone, not Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, anybody. Because if we allow this to continue, in 10 years, we will be fighting a war in Somalia on behalf of the Somali state of Minnesota or Portland, Maine, or whatever. If you import this stuff here, this country will fall apart.
He killed 100,000 civilians in our face 3 weeks ago. You didn't see the Iranian and Iran protesting? Yeah, they protested. I also seen Israel and the Mossad say that they purposely armed the protesters. That's like Russia or China coming in and purposely dropping guns in the hood and in the trailer parks of America, millions of guns and shit, and say fight back. Like Mossad has said, like they take pride. Like, yeah, they're armed. That's how you get it. They're not just hoping like some random people, protesters in Iran get the courage to rile up the people and go after the government. They already got a plan. They got people down there that they want on the ground that's going to take the government or try to fight back. It's not like like this is planned out. This ain't no just, oh, we bombed them and hey, Iranian people, you are free now and go take over your government. Like, no. They know what they're doing. They already selected the people they want to take over. Graham is closet gay. I think so too. Lindsey Graham has never seen a war he didn't like. I've never seen that man say a war, he don't like a war. Crazy.
And here's the last point, which I think needs to be made, is that this is a spiritual war. And you hear that thrown around, it's been thrown around for the last, 5 or 6 years, as people who are paying attention have begun to realize there's no rational explanation for a lot of things that we're seeing. Transgenderism or the just love of abortion for its own sake. Like, what's that? Well, obviously it's human sacrifice. Like the Mayans and the Incas and the Canaanites and every other civilization. It's human sacrifice. You kill a human being to appease the gods and to get power for yourself. Like it's the oldest religious ritual there is. And we're just seeing its modern manifestation of it. So people are more familiar with this term spiritual war. But its manifestations are not always so obvious. But if you look back at various points in history, two things become really clear. One, underneath it all, it's aimed at Christians. It's aimed at sincere Christians. They are always the main victims. Everyone lies about it. No, the Bolshevik Revolution really wasn't about Christianity. Really? The French Revolution really was about Christianity. Why were they beheading nuns? Spanish Civil War, same thing. The Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919 lasted 4.5 months. What's the first thing they did? Execute all the Christians, the clergy, of course. So the spiritual war can have a little finer point on it. It's Jesus who's like the center of this, actually. Prove me wrong. Ask an Armenian. So, okay, what do you do with that information? Well, first, just know it. If we go to war in Iraq on false pretenses, and the group that suffers more than any other group, disproportionately more than any group by far, turns out to be the Christians who weren't really raising arms against anybody, that kind of proves the point. If Syria goes upside down and the first people to get genocided are the Christians, if Christians in Bethlehem can't actually drive the 12 miles or whatever it is to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem because who knows why, they're the target, of course. Why is Western Europe being destroyed? Why do you think? Because that's where Rome moved, obviously, because it's the seat of Christian civilization, of course. Of course. So that's what's actually happening. And one of the things that you need in order to understand that and to fight against it is strong, consistent spiritual leadership. Not military leadership. You need that in another realm. But in the spiritual realm, you need strong spiritual leadership. And you'll notice when that leadership becomes completely corrupted, like truly corrupted, when the leaders of Christianity or parts of Christianity in the United States are not simply like wrong or flawed or off base. That's all of
I might have to look up that French Revolution shit he just said.
Us, but are actively trying to lead people in the wrong direction. When Paula White, who's like some crazed, totally discredited televangelist who commands her followers in church to give her money or they're not going to be saved or something, is like female Jimmy Swaggart, when she's the head of the White House Faith Office, literally, then you know there has been a concerted attempt to corrupt your spiritual leaders so that you won't know what's going on. You see that with Mike Huckabee, an ordained Baptist preacher. And one of the ways this happens is subtle and not obvious to a lot of American Christians, but that's the endorsement of violence. Franklin Graham, who's the son of a great man, of course, one of the most, Billy Graham was his dad, advisor to many presidents, great evangelist, probably the greatest evangelist this country's ever produced. Franklin Graham is his son, a kind of evangelist and sort of a aid worker of sorts who flies around the world, plane, giving food to people, but considered a Christian leader in the United States.
That's what I was thought. I always think about the French Revolution and think about what's the Queen and like eating cake and shit. Like they throwing parties and shit while the people suffering. And is it Marie Antoinette I'm thinking about?
Gave a sermon, if you could call it that, at the Pentagon, I think, over Christmas, in which he described the Christian God, and I'm quoting now, as a God of war. We follow a God of war. And we don't, actually. Not a God of physical war, not a God of dropping bombs on kids. That's not the Christian God. That's not Jesus. And there is no place in the Gospels that suggests that. In fact, there's a lot that suggests just the opposite. And so if you find yourself in a position where, as a Christian, trying to figure out the right position to take, or the right spirit to have, the right approach, what do I do? And you find yourself listening to a Christian leader who is endorsing violence against innocents, you know, without attacking the guy personally, you're not hearing the Christian message. That's not the gospel. That's the opposite of the gospel. And yet it's everywhere. The acceptance in the United States by Christian leaders of violence against innocents should be shocking to our ears, but we have spent so many decades listening to it that it seems normal. And it's not normal. It's a deception, and it will lead to people's destruction, not just the people being bombed, but the people calling for the bombings. And then, of course, there are examples like John Hagee, one of the most prominent evangelical pastors in the United States, head of Christians United for Israel, sort of the face of Christian Zionism, politically active, a huge proponent of the war we're currently in. And he is even now considered a Christian leader. Here's John Hagee, in case you're not familiar with him.
What you do to Israel, America, God will do to us. The day we stop blessing Israel will be the day God stops blessing the United States of America.
Right there, he should be ostracized. If he go to your church, or this their pastor, this are the people we should be saying, he's not a patriot, he's un-American, leave the country then, go to Israel. This is the type of man you should be saying that to.
The U.S. Congress must quit arguing every year over whether or not we should send military assistance to Israel. We must continue to provide Israel with the specific capabilities and intelligence support they need to target and destroy these savages once and for all.
This is a Christian pastor saying that. He's not praying for the people that these savages find Christ and stop and then they reach some type of resolution, some type of peaceful resolution. Even though they're savages, he just know that the Lord can go in their heart. Even if they don't speak the same language, he just know that the Lord can go in their heart. He know that the Lord can take people that's world apart and put them right there in the same room. No, he's saying, hey, destroy these fucking savages. Give them the money so they can take it for their missiles and bombs. What? There's a special place in hell for men like this.
We should sink any Iranian naval boats that threaten international shipping.
The pastor.
If you don't really fully understand what I've just said, let me say it to you in plain Texas speech. America should roll up its sleeve and knock the living daylights out of Tehran for what they have done to Israel.
Look at all these people. You hear the roar? You hear the roar of Sodom and Gomorrah? Just wow, look at all these Israeli flags in this American church. Not one American flag. Not one less pray for these savages. They just said the Christians said knock the living daylights out of him. I say, Pastor, where in my Bible does it say that was appropriate to say?
That's not Frank Gaffney. That's a Christian preacher. That's a man who tells you he is proclaiming the gospel, demanding that the U.S. government sink Iranian boats and kill these savages. That is not Christianity, and it is a deception. It's a heresy, and it is the path to total destruction, not simply of our bodies, but of our souls. We had a reading in church yesterday, which I'm going to try to get through without getting emotional, that provides, I think, a different path than the right path. This was written in the 19th century by John Henry Newman. This was the Peace Collect. It was the collect for the day in our church yesterday. My wife wrote it out for me, and I just want to read this.
That's perfectly American. Run a homestead 24/7, work 5 days a week, ain't got time for much TV. That's America right there. That's American. You live in a dream. Hopefully none of the government don't tread on you, that you can collect your rainwater, go hunting and fishing and teach your kids life, and nobody tread on you or come and tell you you can't do something. As long as you don't hurt another person, that's fucking perfect, brother.
The way out, because I think this is the truth. Eternal God, in whose perfect kingdom no sword is drawn, but the sword of righteousness, no strength known, but the strength of love. So mightily spread abroad your spirit, that all peoples may be gathered under the banner of the Prince of Peace, as children of one. Father, to whom be dominion and glory now and forever. Amen. John Henry Newman, who was both a Protestant and a Catholic priest. And that is the truth right there. No sword is drawn but the sword of righteousness. God bless this country.
Shout out Tucker Carlson, man. God bless this country and every other country and person and people on this earth. America first and love always. The Bible, which one? See, I always feel like I'm good. I don't care which. It don't matter if it's the Quran, the Torah, the Bible. I feel like they all have the same message. Hey, be as good as you can be on this earth. Help people. Don't hurt nobody. Be a good man. That's it. I feel like it don't matter if you put me in front of Allah, Muhammad, Jesus, Buddha. I'm passing the test. Like, I'm a good fucking person. I'm a good man. Like, it don't matter what God you got. According to all the books, just be a good person. You be a good person. Don't do no harm or nothing purposely to somebody else. Don't kill nobody. Just treat them how you want to be treated. And in some cases, I don't even do that. Say that because half of you motherfuckers don't even like yourselves and have low self-confidence. So you don't even want to be treated good. But hey, listen, just love yourself and your family. We need to get out of that. Well, do what's best for you and your family. So if you got the choice between, hey, if I do this, it's gonna hurt these people, or hey, I don't do it. Maybe if I don't do this thing, if I push this button, it's gonna hurt these 5 people. It's gonna give me $100 every time I push this button, but it's gonna hurt these 5 people. It's gonna torture 5 random people. So do I just do what I want to do? Oh, I don't care about who's torturing and who's dying every time I press this button. Shit, I want to be a multimillionaire. I'm gonna keep pressing this button. Be 100. I couldn't do that. What? So if I press this button, I'm gonna get rich, but it's gonna be people out there hurting? No, I'm not pressing it. What? But your family, but we're gonna get through it. I'm not pressing it. I'm gonna be a good person. I don't give a fuck about the money. I'm not pressing it. We're gonna be good. But we're taught, hey, do what you do. It don't matter if it hurt nobody. It don't matter if it hurt somebody else, whatever. Do what you want to do. It's about you getting rich and living life. It don't matter. What Carl's saying, good people don't make it to heaven. Who? Saved people do. See, you're playing games. You can't be one without the other. Can you be saved and not good? So, Carl, you telling me that somebody born in the jungle, right? Let's say this person's born in the jungle. They never meet Jesus. They never met Jesus, but they never hurt nobody. They never did no evil. They were helping everybody. That person, you believe that your God was going to send that person to jail, send that person to hell. Hey, this person killed 20 children, but he professed his love of Jesus and he's saved. So come on in. What happened to God know your heart? So you telling me that there's a Muslim somewhere that's out there that's good and pure, but he's just not gonna go to heaven because, hey, you don't believe in my. Nah, I ain't gonna even get into that. I just don't believe that there's a certain rule, like, hey, if you don't read this scripture and there's a Muslim God up there, you ain't going to heaven. I know, but that's where I think the man-made stuff come from. But hey, I'm not gonna get into that, the Bible and which part is man-made and which not. Hey, you can do whatever. You could be Mona Teresa and everything else, but if you got a question, if you even question it, if you're like, yeah, I love God. You know what? I'm unsure about Jesus a little bit, but I love God and I love people. It's just that I get confused about this and I have questions. No, everybody can question it. We're not meeting Jesus or God, so you always gonna have a doubt. You can have doubt in your heart as long as you still act as a believer. You know what? I doubt it. I don't know what to believe. It's so much on social media. Is this true? Is that true? Is this not true? Like, it's hard. Like, if you're a kid growing up in today's world and you got TikTok and Instagram and it's showing you different religions and different things and it's true and not true, and it's not just Christian, it's Baptist, it's Catholic, it's Protestant, it's a bunch of other stuff. So even if I say I'm Christian, now I still got decisions to make. What kind of Christian? Like, no, like, if you're a good person, I just, like, God has to have common sense. So I don't think there's the God up there that not my God of the Bible, not the God that I worship, not the God that I will close my eyes and bow a knee to and pray. He's not going to sit there and say, yeah, that's a good person. But damn, man, all he had to do was just, if he just professed Jesus' name, like, he would make it, but he ain't do that. Like, are you okay with sitting there having a conversation with God and be like, hey, hold on. So this God was good? Yeah, he was good. He could have been a saint. But I just don't see it happening. But hey, theory of positive thinking. All right, I'm gonna look at that. See what y'all saying. Like, you got all these pastors and shit come in to the mega church and the Joel Osteens and the other ones flying in a private jet and everything. Like, why don't we have a church that, like, when they collect the tithes, like we immediately go outside and just spend it on the homeless? Like, any homeless, like, why don't we have a monthly thing where we have members and we're helping them with rent and food and we like, hey, this month we help, out of the 200 members, we help 25 of them with their rent and some groceries. Woo! We help them get their house together and fix their car. No, it got to go to the roof fund. It got to go to the church needs a new roof. We need to collect $200,000 for the new church roof. Might as well be Zeus. There is one church. If God is real and he can see into my heart, then he knows I did the best I could. If he is not real, it doesn't matter. Exactly. Like, if you can't explain that, God, listen, I was born, like, some people are born in homes where the parents are split. It might be one Christian parent, one Muslim parent, and the child got to grow up and decide for itself. You telling me, as you can't imagine in America, you growing up around Christians and Muslim to the point where it's so diverse that you don't know what to believe? You're like, okay, listen, I love my mom and my dad. Half my family's Christian, half my family Muslim. They're both good people. They just, the only thing they can't come on to census or agreement with is that this person is the son of God. So instead of bringing it up, I'm just going to live my life. You know what? Allah or God, Muhammad, Jesus, if you're listening to me, I don't know which story is correct, but I know when I read the Quran and the Bible, it gives me rules on how to conduct myself. It gives me laws. It says if I follow them, that I will inherit the kingdom of God. I think that person's going to heaven. What do you think? I think if Allah's up there and you follow the laws, the commandments, that you could go to heaven. Even if you're like, I don't know about Muhammad. I think that if you're a Christian and God knows your heart and he listened and he said, you're truly my child, you knew that there was something up here. You knew that there was something more to life. You just didn't know what, because it was an information overload. We're not Moses. We didn't see a burning bush. Give me the burning bush. Give me an angel to come down and talk to me. Who not going? But hey, God, you know I ain't had that. God know what type of world we're in, right? He know that we're in a world where we getting bombarded by social media and reels and shorts. So he gonna be like, yeah, I know. Damn, it was hard. We're not living in some village where we only get exposed to the religion of our mother and father. We got friends and families, and you got different people on the internet. These kids be in chat rooms on video games. Like, you can go your whole life and be questioning it. Like, yeah, I think Jesus is real. I know he's real, but I don't know if is he the son of God? Because, you know, some people say he's not the son of God, and it's not enough just to believe in him. I got to believe this. I believe in God, though. I believe in all the commandments, and I keep it. I'm a good person, and I want to help the world, but I'm unsure about this part of the Bible. Is it enough? Like, you're going to tell a person, if you're a Christian, you're going to tell them, oh, man, yeah, you good, and you're a good person, but you don't believe in Christ, so I think you're going to hell. I'll be like, damn, like, even though you don't believe in Christ, you still got a pretty good shot. I tell you, there's some priests and pastors out here and rabbis saying they believe and they really don't. but they got all the good swag on and they go to church and Bible study and everything. But inside their heart, they don't fucking got no works. All they do is talk about God and how good he is and how they believe in Jesus. And then they go home and do something monstrous. So you go ahead, you do the best you can. I'm going to pray for you. And I think that my God's still going to let you in. I think he still got a room. Come on. You want to tell it, oh, no, nope, you ain't a perfect Christian. You telling me you ain't doubting in your head come on. Carl don't know what he mean, Lena. Carl's a good person. I just hope that Carl's good. Your definition of good can be the opposite for others. Sure, I guess, yeah. I mean, the Bible good. Good as in the Bible. We talking about Bibles and commandment good. Like, if you're good and you follow all the laws, you just like, when it get to the part about Jesus, you just don't know. Like, you believe, but you don't know because there's so much information out there, but you believe in the Bible. I just think that I think you get a B on a test when God give it to you. You need like a C+ to pass into heaven. I think if you don't believe in Jesus or you're a little iffy or you question, I think you probably still get a passing grade, right? No, none are good. God said, okay, yeah, I guess, Carl, you're not wrong, Carl. Yes. You're being technical, and I don't think it's that technical. I think there's gray areas. It's not that technical. Otherwise, I'm not making it to heaven, and you're lost too. Exactly. You can never be good enough, so then everybody's good. There's a duality. Yes, there's a duality. Like, yeah, there's a lot more than 10 commandments. Moses came down with multiple tablets. We just know 10 commandments. There's like 100 and something commandments, but see how you proclaiming, like, well, then show us the rest of us the light. Then don't judge us. Pray for us then, Carl. Pray for the rest of us fools. Tell God how you met us today in the cave, and you pray for our souls. Pray that we find some type of enlightenment or get on your level or something then. That's okay. I'm happy for you, Carl. I wouldn't tote and boast about your light. Come shine it on us. You broke all the commandments. Yeah, everybody did. Sure, you did too, I guess. I don't know about thou shalt not kill and everything. I don't remember that, but y'all want to act like it's together. Like, oh, like if you like, oh, there's no such thing as a higher sin. If you murder somebody or if you steal a pencil from somebody's backpack, it's the same thing. I guess that works out for the people who sinning. I think that sounds good for the people who sinning. Like, hey, I killed somebody and you lied to your parents about taking a snack out the kitchen. We're the same. I mean, that sounds good for them, but like, it sounds like, hey, the Muslims, hey, y'all both believe in God? Yeah, we believe in God. Okay, cool. Y'all both believe in messengers? Yeah, we got messengers. Oh, yeah, but you got to believe that mine is the son of God. Like, you just can't believe in him. You got to believe in him in a certain kind of way. Like, yeah, you believe in Jesus. He was here and that he had some type of power, but no, you got to believe this exact thing. Otherwise, nothing you do matters unless you believe it. Like, come on. Like, no one can get the law. So if your righteousness is through Christ, Carl, so is mine. My sin is I don't believe in certain things or I tumble. So he forgive me for that and he forgive you for yours. So we're on the same. So either way, Carl, we're equal. You're not better than me. I'm not more lost than you. We're the same. That's it, man. Listen, I love being on here with y'all, checking us out. This is sad. Pray for the people. Pray for the people in Gaza. Pray for the people in Iran. Pray for yourself and your family and everybody else. Yep. Believe in the infidel. Yeah. Pray for the infidels. Pray for the demons. Pray for everybody. Pray for Satan. Because he crazy as hell. He know firsthand when God was capable of it. And he still did something crazy against him. Pray for everybody. We are the same. Thank you, Carl. I love you, Carl. I love you. How about that? What you gonna do? How about that? I love you. I love you and Jesus. What? Say something. What? What you want? Thank y'all for everything. Like, share, subscribe, smash up the likes. Be back here with another story no matter what it is. You can't do nothing about it. I love all of you. Black, white, Republican, left, right. We gonna get it straight. Drop all that shit when you come to the cave. We talk common sense here. Thank y'all.